Turn off the music. Classic rock. Just not playlist, so it keeps adding shit. With 135 songs. Can I make it smart? Yes. Yeah. Send it to Justin, even though he's sleeping. That way, when he wakes up, he has one. Stops by early. Or now, whatever. I'm making lots of notes. Got two. But if I wanted to, I would just grab one of these. This is meant to be for the dark eggs, which I don't have yet. Make sure that. Oh, the phone's on. Da da da. It is. Okay, good, good. Okay, so the notes that we made so far, we've got. This is when the supply drop was, so I have to check again in 3 hours. Pernalia plus the Jari equals a Lulu, Lulu plus the Cupsy equals a Daisy. Menacing, Pernalia plus the Bushinaki equals menacing. Menacing plus the Nigelong Ignis equals 1 put Butan. Menacing plus the Wailene equals the Liling Knock. Liling Knock plus the Dula Knock equals the Ophidia. Pernalia plus the Robin Colteric equals a Battalia. Battalia, which we want. And then Battalia plus the Bushi. Bushi? Yeah, Bushi equals a Battalia Ignis. And a Pernelia plus a Chickabee equals a Yakima. We can use the Yakima to catch Lileen and then breed for a non-alpha. That's the notes I've made so far. I still have a lot more notes to go because these are all workshop pals and they're all going off of Prunelia. Why? Because she's got remarkable craftsmanship and just remarkable craftsmanship. She is right. Fighting. Eggs. So many eggs. So when Tristan wakes up, we're gonna do bosses. So I'm just doing some breeding right now. I have some leftover. Yeah, breed Tristan. Not sure if he's breedable. Okay, here's all my notes so far. Let me see if I've got any more notes to make. I'm gonna keep tabbing out to look at things. Reptiro. Cornelia plus a Moldron is a Reptiro. So let's make that note. This is for this base, right? So we need to make this over here for this, the workshop. Cornelia plus Moldron equals Reptiro. And then I'm pretty sure I can just do Reptiro to Reptiro Christ. Pass that on pretty easy. Reptiro plus Foxicle equals Reptiro Christ. We also want some. That's another one. She's gonna be busy. She's gonna be the most boinked pal in this entire base. I'm gonna be breeding duel with Nox for stats. So, well, not stats, I guess. Nope. Okay, what else do we need at the workshop? We want Celine's. So we're gonna have to do the same here. Hold on, let's just go ahead and add this. Yellow chickpea. We use Yakumo to catch Celine. Well, I guess I don't need to breed for a non-alpha version, but still want to breed it. Because we want the Celine for our medicine and handicraft. But basically, the goal is to get remarkable craftsmanship, this right here, on all of our workshop pals, because it increases our work speed by a lot. So, and that's just not including. That's not just including those like handiwork or gathering or something like that. We gotta like do miners. I don't even know who I want my miners to be yet. That's another thing we gotta think about. And then I've got this sign right here for when the supply drop fell, so I can keep an eye on it. Because it only drops every 3 hours, and that's how I get the Celine. This guy over here is keeping these cool for. Actually, let me get this. Those cool for dark eggs, which I will get. To be pretty, just let me fucking place it. This has nothing to be comfortable. This needs cool to be comfortable. This needs hot to be comfortable. Even though this says it's cold. I'm gonna put this over here once this is done. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Why are some hot and some cold? I don't understand. Shit, fuck it. It always happens when I'm trying to break the fucking campfires. I always break the floor. Well, not always. I happen to break the floors. Just pull out my shotgun. Waiting on a Dazzy that has remarkable craftsmanship. So far, no dice. We got vampiric, which is okay. Like, I mean, what's the next pal we need to breed? Could do the cow and the. Could do the cow and the chicken. Cow, the chicken, and the bee. Could do the cow, the chicken, and the bee. Would it be ridiculous? Maybe. But, like, we can look into it. There's no data or breeding path longer than 3. So it might be better for me just to catch a chickpea with. Okay. I'm just gonna. Okay, let me make a separate. Okay. Chickpea. Plus chickpea equals. Yakimo. US. What's the name of the cow? Moo or something? No. The cow. That's Arena. There we go. Oh Lord. It says to breed a Pernilio with a chickpea to get a Yakima, Yakima with a chickpea to get a Floppy with a Hookatus to get a Mozzarella. I think I'll just catch the cow. See about the bee. Mostly because the bee's kind of annoying. Bee guard. I'll probably just. Oof. I need anything else that's on the list. I mean, I'm already going to be breeding the Yakima, so the Yakima with the Kelpsy Ignis, I guess. Equals Bee guard. Very organized. He has this, right? Yeah, okay. How are you cold? I'm so confused. I do not understand. It's hot. Mm. Right here. Bitch. Excuse me? Excuse me, you good? I don't understand. Okay, I guess. The bushies are picky. So I hate Nancy. Got it. I 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 got it. I'm gonna hatch this one anyway. I got two of them. It's perfect. They're perfect. Okay. 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 So let us replace. It's perfect. Okay. I'm gonna I will regender Lulu later. Why? Because like she's a girl to me. Okay, and like she could be a boy, but she's a girl to me, and I want her to stay. Where is it? No. To Daddy. Oh, that's incredible. So we're gonna pull these guys out, or this Daddy out. Actually, I'm gonna take this one really quick, and I'm gonna go compress just this one first. I probably only need to do one. I'm gonna do the other one that has the same stats. I will keep one male out though. This is a girl? Yeah. I will keep one male out. And I'll keep that female. But not this one. This one, I'm gonna go ahead and give her my electric books. Okay, now she is level 6 electricity generating. And we don't have to rename her because we like her name. Let's go kill something really quick, actually. Just so we can get some levels on Dazzy. Ooh, let's get some levels on Lulu too. Since we're using the new Lulu. It's just gonna be better if we don't. It doesn't have to be crazy, just better than level 1. That would be nice. So we have a Bushi, it'll go down a lot quicker because it's grass. Now the Lulu and Dazzy are level 58, which is a lot better. One of the perks of living here is you can level things really fast. But I also want to check the other perks while I'm here. That doesn't need it. This doesn't need it either. So they don't need, let's see, I don't need them to have Stronghold Strategist. It would be nice if they had Diet Lover. Let's do Workaholic. We're gonna have good. No, no, no. We can swap these out if we need to. Let's do Slave and Serious. Nope. I'm getting really unlucky with the bushes. Whatever she wants. I'm just gonna have all the flower ones do whatever they want, except for chop down trees. Look how fast you work, dude. Where'd you go? Currently, who? Probably a she. Gender. I don't like misgendering them, and I will keep constantly calling her a she. We got some good breeding for daddies. Those were good. That was good breeding for the daddies. I'm gonna keep them. I'll keep 2 females. But do we want the big female? Do we want the big female? No, I don't think so. I think we want to keep it small. Yeah, it's fine. We already gave her books too. I keep 2 so we can breed them later, but it's just breeding for extra so that we can condense for condensing. Do this again since all the daddies are out. Currently. Daddy ever. So we got the Lulu and we got the Dazzy, so we're not worried about that. That's done. That's done. I mean, we'll still breed some together and stuff like that so we can get the 4 stars, but it's not priority. Prunelia plus Bushinagt. Use menacing. Okay, we don't need to use that Bushinagt that we're using over here. I was only using it because of its stats, because that's, well, I would say vampiric, but I don't think. Was vampiric necessary for what I was using it for? I think vampiric was. Oh, for the Ophidia, yeah. So let us see if we can't get a Prunelia. This is the Prunelia. Female Prunelia with a male Bushinagt that has what? Diamond immortality and diamond. Again, vampiric even's fine. We have remarkable craftsmanship. Vampiric would be cool, or else I'll just give it insomnia. Just trying to give it immortality and diamond body. Actually, either one of these would be fine. The okay, so these 2 should make a menacing, and that's what these are going to be for. These are going to be for the cool eggs, cold eggs. Menacing I can use to make both the finally knocked that I might use or might not. Looking to breed it with a duelist knock to get an Ophidia. But a menacing can also breed with Hydronaut Ignis to get a Wumpo Baton. We have one, yes, but it doesn't have all those stats we want. This is one of the reasons that we need to level up or do the boss battles is because so we can get this one would be nice if we defeat the Faybreak Tower, but we would at the very least like to defeat the Pal Genetic Research Unit. Hi, babe. You're so sweet to me. And you're warm. Yeah, my little baby. It's gonna be a princess. You're gonna love what I've been working on. I want to show you my Dazzy that I just bred. Do you see it?
Dazzy made out of one.
Look.
Oh, oh, oh. This
And look at my Lulu.
nice.
Look, I've got a note here for when to check for the drops again. Okay. And then I've got all these notes. Okay, breed these together to get this, and breed these together to get this, and I get this to this, and then because I got to
That
keep
is
track, because otherwise I've got so many things to look at.
yeah, otherwise you have to tab out all the fucking time.
And then nobody knows what I'm looking at, so it's just quiet.
Mm-hmm.
But the Yakimo is going to be needed for a few of them, actually. So the Lilene, the Celine, the Chicopee, and the Matsarina.
Okay.
So I have to figure out how to get the Yakimo is used by breeding the Prunella. Actually, hold on a minute. Can we breed? Hold on, hold on. This Dazzy is really badass. Can we breed the Dazzy to get those things instead? To get the Yakimo? Breed the Dazzy to get the Yakimo.
Mm-hmm.
It takes Dazzy plus. It's either going to be a Pen King or Robin Quiltera. I say that because Dazzy is a female and I don't know which one's male. But I'm not currently working on that, anyways. I'm working on the menacing. But let's see what we've got. Yuck. AI viewers, my ass. Lacquer. Great. That's what we want in our bushy. Got two. And those aren't bad. I just want that one more. Wait, hold on. Is immortality even one of them? Yeah, it is. Is immortality on this one too? Yes, that's why it keeps falling off. They both have immortality. Whatever. Oh shit, that's not mine. So who killed it? Who got the kill? These guys were working so hard. They like immediately run over. They're like, let me just fix this building. The stupid sits here. Wandering over here and getting mad. Okay. So Dazzy's a female. Let's check the Pen King and the Robin Quiltera. We're gonna need to breed the Robin Quiltera also for that other thing as well that I don't remember. This is a male with shabby, not too bad. Not too shabby if I do say so myself. Sorry. So what about the Pen King? Do I not have a pen king? I don't have a pen king. Why did I think I had a pen king? Oh, I do have a pen king. It's right here. I'm stupid. It's been working the whole time. Oh, it's got infinite stamina. Not that that's super necessary. But it's getting it on a Yakimo for one of these things, so it could be helpful. Actually, yeah, let's do it with the pen king since the pen king has infinite stamina. That could be fun. To your eyes. Temporary these because I'm not breeding anything right now that needs comfortable or just nothing. But yeah, this is why we need the incubators because they're always set at a good temperature and this shit doesn't fucking have to happen where I've got like these setups. Let's get us started on the Yakimo. Can I just like, ugh, because the Prunelli is busy. Oh wait, we're not doing the Prunelli, we're doing the Dazzy. Ew. Yeah, let's do that. Let's work on that. Because as much as the Bushi, we need to work on the Bushis. Like, is so important for us to have the Yakimo because we never know when those things are happening. Oh, and look, they're already out, so I don't actually need to take up any slots. They just need to be shifted. Do you need some time on your own?
Trying to figure out our YouTube title.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say addicted to eggs, but I think that's just me. Bosses? We're doing bosses. Maybe something related to that.
Here. Addicted to eggs. Dr. Zeus would be.
Dr. Zeus?
Dr. Seuss.
Oh, Dr. Seuss. I definitely heard Dr. Zeus. I was like, why? I mean, he's a god. I didn't think he needed a PhD. I should probably go check on the workshop, huh?
Don't mind me spelling it as Dr. Zeus, as the god.
Did
Leading
you?
Dr. Zeus. Initially, yeah, I was like, wait, no, that's not right. I'd tell you to breed me, damn.
What? Oh, what? I just thought of another reason that I can sit in this trash can. I don't have to turn the light on.
You don't have to turn the
I can
light
just
on.
sit in the dark. It's amazing. If anybody's like, we're in the trash can, I'm gonna be like, because I want to sit in the dark.
I need to have vitamin D.
Fuck vitamin D. What did vitamin D ever do for me? Oh shit, that's right. I forgot to take my meds.
Meds, my love, med. Oh, just cracked my knee. Drugs. We like drugs in this household.
I should specify, but I'm not gonna. Fuck.
Talk? What?
Jesus Christ. I had to take three big swigs of my monster because my fucking pill wouldn't go down.
Mm.
You guys have food? Cool. Now I can leave.
Mm, 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 Okay, okay.
Oh, I can change that little thing on my OBS now. Do you want to see what I put on my OBS?
Oh, you put in your OBS.
Because you were still technically in the call.
Big fat lie to sleep. Uh, I said that'd be like half an hour to an hour.
You were sleeping.
I was sleeping.
Don't change what I said.
Okay.
Like, that might be too hot.
Mm-hmm.
No place to hatch it. This could be the perfect Yakimo right off the bat. Wouldn't that be amazing? If I got the perfect Yakimo immediately.
Did you?
I don't know. I have it's in my pocket.
I believe.
I need more incubators. I never have enough.
Well, let's go do some towers.
I have to take the cake out though, because I can't have them. Whoa! How did you guys just randomly catch on fire? Prunelia, you are a grass type. Stop standing in the fire! Bruh! You are not smart!
So many eggs. I'm weighed down by all the eggs.
That's why I gotta take the cake out.
Actually, I want these many eggs because of I'm trying to get geometite misses with the right things. Oh my god, I need no more storage for eggs.
I'm saying that's why I had to rob you yesterday. Get egg storage.
Mm-hmm.
You listen to me whine about everything,
Okay.
everything of
Oh, no,
mine.
I don't need these.
Who's
I stepped in my campfire. I'm just like you, Cornelio.
Alright, let me condense these bitches down. Because otherwise, I'm not going to be able to keep track of what the fuck I'm doing. There's so many fucking bushies. Which would be great when I'm fucking trying to get 4 stars, but... Do we have... Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. Figured out.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing, 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 nothing.
Check what the partner skills things are. Modifies glider. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give myself the creeps.
Grapes?
And my band plays tricks on me. Wait, listening to Spotify.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean I've chosen a high-ranking pal as material? Oh, that one? Yeah, fucking take him down.
I need to get into Celestia.
Oh, I meant to give you a pal with. I meant to give you a pal with the jumpy jump.
Oh, yes. Jumpy, jump, jump, jump.
I will find one, don't worry. What's it called again?
Sky Marshal?
Yeah. I'll type Sky Marcher to see what pals have Sky Marcher, and you can let me know which one you want. Assuming that I don't want to keep it myself. Hopefully there's a duplicate. Oh. I'm not a bright person.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
You light up my world.
Okay. These are both going to be a borrow. Just because, like, it looks like I have done some condensing at some point.
Okay.
So would you prefer a female Scutless or a male Rouge?
Hmm. Give me a second.
Okay. Worst enemy, and every now and then I kick. Got it. Got it. Oh my god. Demon God, Diamond Body, Immortality, and Ferocious.
Fuck yeah.
Ah, that's my boy. That's
That
my
is nice.
boy. And he's alpha. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. His stats are a little low, but I will just put points into him. I don't care. I'll give him fruits. It's 34, 92, 61. So at least he's got the attack. Ryuma! I have my Ryuma, and it's male. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I've got my baby. I've got my baby. And I can immediately get it 4 stars. It's going to be level 1 4 stars. Sorry, level 10 4 stars.
I think it would be best to get the
Every now and
Roger.
then I kick the living shit out of me.
Either way, it's multiple steps.
Okay. You said either way, it's multiple steps.
Yeah,
That's fine.
but Roger seems to be the one that's more doable.
Vampiric Demon God, Vampiric Demon God. Sort these really quick and then I'll get it for you. Immortality, Demon God. What was I breeding? What was my breeding pair? Demon God, Diamond Body. Immortality, Demon God. Okay. That looks good. Females.
But yeah, I probably will end up hanging on to your OJ for a little bit.
That's okay. I don't really have the only time, like, I'll let you know if I need it back. Like, it's like that. It's not even.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm so fucking happy. Okay. Actually, hold
I don't even need it right now. It's just like.
on. I'll go to your base. I'm gonna go give it to you right now, anyways.
Okay, thank you.
I don't even need these anymore. I could squish into more, but I'm not. I'm not gonna.
Seeing as I got to do that, seeing as you're giving it to me now,
Look at all these nice open slots now. Okay, does this menacing have Demon God and Vampiric? Interesting. Interesting combination. Not what I needed. No. Not what I need. Glad we've got it. It's gonna be the most vicious fucking menace thing ever, but we're looking for remarkable craftsmanship, aren't we?
ideally I'd take that Yakimo. I'm gonna take the Yakimo.
You can't have my Yakimo.
No, the one. Okay, Swift.
I'm gonna wait for this dark egg. Actually, hold on, let me do a little bit more squishing. And that, no, I'm gonna go to your base. I'm gonna go to your base. I'm gonna drop off the Rouge. Make sure there's a spot for me.
There is a spot.
My baby. I have my Ryuma. I'm so happy. Just in time for bosses.
Basically,
Right, there you go. Uh-huh.
thank you.
Welcome.
I'm just gonna keep it in the base for a little bit. Basically what I need to do is I need to catch its partner. Um, with the new with the Swift Eternal Engine Yakimo. What gender is the Roger?
I believe it's male.
Yeah. Okay. Because basically, there's so many different breeding options, but I basically am making a Gildane with whatever the Roger breeds with. We'll end up making a Gildane. Do I have anything with Swift Eternal Engine already?
If you wind up needing the Mana Sting, let me know. It's got Vampiric and Demon God on it. That's my Yakumo.
I should be good. I think
I
I've
got Yakumo with remarkable craftsmanship and work slave, but not immortality. Not immortality, Vampiric yet. Finally got a menacing with remarkable craftsmanship. Okay, good.
That's nice. That's really nice.
Yeah, but I want it also with Vampiric, because if I can do that.
Yeah, sure.
Save that, save that.
These ones are gonna be the easiest to make war sect. Making a war sect with.
I do have a parent with. Oh yeah, yeah. This parent has like fucking everything. Remarkable craftsmanship, Vampiric, and Swift. Dude, she's so fast. She's so fucking fast. I need her on everything. Let's give her a little bit more Kate, actually. Because, like, it's just normal. And they're small normal, so they don't take long to hatch at all.
Mm-mm.
Big problem is the Pen King likes to sleep for some fucking reason. Lazy. Go. I'm gonna go kill something.
Is Yakumo so tiny?
I know.
Did you know that a penking is not a pangolin?
Yeah.
As in, it's not even a penguin.
Oh. No, I didn't know that.
I believe the lore of the penking is that it is a dock cosplaying as a pangolin.
Really?
Yep,
I love that.
and it is adorable. Uh,
I need to swap back to my bow because I am out of shotgun shells.
that should be fine.
I need to make more shotgun shells. But it's close up and I like the range. Oh my god. Look, I didn't know she was here. I thought I just killed her. Okay.
Is she back?
Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, Ryuma. Do it. Do it. One shot. One shot of the Lilene.
No, the Yakumo! You one-shot the Lylene?
I didn't. Ryuma did.
Nice.
Oh.
I need to go back to my base because the Yakumo died. Let's see if I got any. I'm pretty sure I do have some revive potion thingies. Mm. No, I don't. Damn it.
Who died?
Yakumo.
Oh, what happened?
I fought a Tarantulas with him, and he wasn't high enough level yet.
So, Tristan,
Yeah.
would you like a laser rifle schematic? I know we've talked about this, but I want your
Let me see
answer
if
first, and then I'm going to ask again.
let me see if I already have one.
Would you like a legendary laser rifle schematic?
Oh, yes, I would please. Yep. That's just a little bit of a damage.
Just a little bit.
Where'd you get it from?
I am assuming the Lilene or the Lilene knocked.
Yes, yeah, yeah. A lot of the bosses drop legendary schematics. It's just a low chance. Fuck, nice.
Mm-hmm. That's why I said I was like, I'm gonna wait for your answer, and then I'm gonna ask again. What's this? Defense. What do you need more of? I think you need more health. Yeah, you need more health. Thing is, somebody's got to survive your first hit to be able to hit you back. His health isn't that big a deal if you consider that if he hits you first, then, you're dead.
True, true.
Alright, let me make sure I got my inventory. Yeah, I gotta go to my workshop really quick to swap out to my compound bow. Make more arrows, probably. I should probably do that. You know what? You know what I'll do? I'll get my compound bow. Okay. That I left at the house, not at the workshop, so I don't know why the fuck I'm here. Oh no, my compound bow's here. I'm gonna grab these arrows, and then I'm going to make you pay me for this schematic
What are you after?
arrows.
What kind of arrows?
uh, Reinforced arrows. And if you can't make them, I can make them. I just need your stuff.
Uh, I don't think I've learned the recipe for
That's
it,
okay.
but
That's
I
okay.
can.
No, I can do it. I can do it. I just need to go over there and do it because
Let me make some carbon fiber for you.
that's what it needs.
Carbon fiber and reinforced ingots,
Can I
yeah.
make an upgraded compound bow?
I do have a compound bow schematic.
Mm.
I'm not sure if it's green or blue.
I have a
Um,
green one. Check yours.
okay, while they're making that, I will.
I don't even know where to travel to.
That chest. Old bow. Bow. Not that chest, it's this chest. Has to be. It's a green, yeah.
That's fine. I have a green one too. But I can make it ear based. That's gonna be your payment
Hmm.
for this awesome legendary laser rifle schematic.
Yeah, that is gonna be a good payment.
Yeah. Bow and arrows. Here go. How much damage does it do?
I am curious. I don't know, but I will check. I hope it can be made on a weapon work production line too.
It
It
can.
can.
Yeah.
It does 1,875 per shot.
Nice.
Fuck. I need a lot more resources to make that, but oh my god.
I want to see. Is it in your chest? I want to see it.
Yeah, it's in my chest.
I want to see the musket. Oh, no, man, there it is. Ooh, buddy. Actually, that's weirdly not that expensive.
No, I just need the materials.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, you can make the reinforced arrows on the production line or the weapon workbench.
Need.
Yeah, the
I
musket's
need.
really
Okay, look,
nice.
look, look. I know this is going to be a big ask. I need fiber because you only have 3.
For the reinforced arrows.
No, for the bow.
Oh, okay.
I need 50.
I can get that in production.
Sweet. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I did know I was low on fiber.
Hey, look at my baby. You want to see my baby? Look at him. Isn't he beautiful?
Where's your baby?
Huh.
Where are you? I can't tell where you are. There's so many names. Oh my god. Ooh.
Hold on. Hold on. I'll go up here. I'll go up here so you can see my baby. I love him so much. Can you see his stats?
92 attack. Dang. Health and defense aren't the highest, but
No,
that's
no, no,
fine.
no, 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 no. No,
Can't
no.
see his passive.
His passives are Demon God, Diamond Body, Immortality, and
Uh-huh.
Ferocious. Guess which
Nice.
ones I put on there from the surgery table?
Ferocious.
None of them.
None of them. None of them. Nice. That is
He
amazing.
is this badass at birth.
Oh. Make some of these. Nice, nice. Fucking hand spinning. That'd be fucking painful on the wrist.
God, right? There are people that do this though.
Yeah. wrist built like a truck.
I have really weak wrists. Do you think I could have surgery to like implant like metal bars in my wrist?
Probably.
Make them stronger?
Probably.
I mean, like, how else would you reinforce the wrist? I guess exercise.
Yeah. Yeah, wrist exercises.
I use my wrist all the time. I'm pretty sure it's just leading to carpal tunnel.
Yeah, doing stretches is actually very important to avoid that.
Just gonna stretch out my wrists. Ugh,
Mhm.
a big pink
When
blob.
September.
I am bubblegum. Chewed bubblegum specifically. I am chewed bubblegum. I am squishy. I am soft and I am pink. And I'm an amorphous blob.
That's what I hope to grow up to be.
I am Jabba the Hutt if he was pink.
How much fiber do you need?
9, it looks like.
Well, if you just tap the chest, I
Oh,
think.
there it goes.
Nice. Double team, double team.
Yeah. Here, Rio, my help.
It's already done.
Oh. So I guess I'll make arrows then. I think 500 arrows should be good. It puts me in a comfortable spot. Nice.
Comfort maxing, huh?
I am comfort maxing, in fact.
Maximum comfort.
Okay, I will be right back. I gotta put my shotgun away. And my other bow. This is like perfect timing for me to get Ryuma too. Right before the boss battles.
Mm. Mm.
Wake me up when September
September is
ends.
September.
Wake me up when September ends. When September ends.
What do? Kindle and research, maybe?
Catched another Bushi, and it was just a slacker. Just a slacker. Vampiric and Demon God. I'm glad it keeps getting that. Can you please get remarkable craftsmanship? Jesus fuck.
Oh, look. Mining.
Okay, so I've got a twins Yakumo. Again, we will see what comes out. If it has remarkable craftsmanship on it, and possibly also vampiric or swift, would you like? If it's a twin.
Yakumo
Yeah.
with
Possibly, like I'm not saying it's even in these eggs, but if this twin has remarkable craftsmanship with either vampiric or swift.
I would be fine with just remarkable craftsmanship.
Okay. Well, I think I have one with just remarkable craftsmanship.
I'm taking your cavern mushrooms.
Yeah, I have one with remarkable craftsmanship and work slave. You can take the
Nice.
mushrooms, that's fine.
Let's see if you have any more down here.
That one has vampiric.
These are just eggs. Where else is your storage?
Where, at the workshop?
No, your storage here.
Oh, I don't really have anything here.
Okay, it's just breeding stuff and then these two chests.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go check the workshop.
I mean, I've got storage in here, but it's like random shit. Like, actually, this has nothing in it. Then there's the fridge. Then what's in this? Some skill fruits. Over here's like my old armor and some accessories. This barrel is just lotuses. This is old weapons, which I need to actually move some of those around.
Wake me up when
This barrel is just seeds and it looks like crude oil. That's what seeds and crude oil. This is my books and kinship peaches and everything chest. Is this are that my base? Hello? Hello? There's a farm peddler here. He just sells seeds. He doesn't even sell carrot or onion seeds. Wow, get out of
I
here.
don't have access to these two shipping crates. Can you check them at some point?
Oh, I will open them for you.
Thank
It's
you.
another one of the situations where it's like I was trying to get them to not put stuff in there.
Yeah, you don't have to open them for me.
No, I will. I will because I can just label them schematics. Well, one's schematics and the other one is MO. What are you looking for?
See if you have any more high quality recovery meds or
They will not be in either one of these.
okay, or any cavern mushrooms, which probably aren't in either over these are the two.
No. Like if you go in the house, those are the ones that have my stuff, and those should be open.
Yes, they are.
That's the only one where you're gonna find stuff. Also, I've got the item thingy there too. I don't know if you can see the stuff that's in there.
You do not have stuff.
And weapons.
Medics.
This is just weapon and ammo.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. But this item thingy here, can you not see into this?
Oh yeah, I can.
That's all I have here.
Nice. Yeah, that is good to know. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
I love you. Mm, mm.
Sorry, I don't have any cave mushrooms. I don't do a lot of caving.
You get them from the expeditions
I don't know where they
as
are.
well.
I'll check my fridge.
I talked to what was in your fridge.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all I got.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You are fine.
You're fine.
You're mighty fine, baby.
So gay.
Just for you, honey.
Stop making all these eggs large. Although it doesn't really matter. It just means I'll have a bigger yak if I get a good one. I specifically am gonna be putting the bronze cherry down for some of them. So like the ophidia. When I'm breeding ophidias, I will not be picking up any of the eggs with my bronze cherry. Because I'm like, I'm not gonna have a fucking alpha ophidia walking around in this fucking base. I can't.
Way too fucking big.
Mm-hmm.
The
But I
alphas are only...
will be trying to get an alpha Pernelia.
Yeah, the alphas are only there to use some stats for combat. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to do like some sized stuff. Like I would have been okay if Lulu was an alpha, but she's not, and I'm okay with that still. She's the only one though, because she's baby. Although now she's a badass baby, so she's probably stronger than everybody here.
Bad
She's
baby to the
probably,
bone.
probably stronger than all of my work pals combined. I was also looking up how to get remarkable craftsmanship on my cow and my chicken and my bee. It seems that the Yakumo is going to be for the Lilene, the Celine, the Chicopee, and the Mazzarina. And then the
Hey,
yeah,
Matarina.
I know. The Yakumo is going to be breeding with a Kelpsie Ignis to get a bee guard.
Oh,
Hmm.
I'm gonna get some bee guards.
I could just use a Yakumo to get hunt some bee guards, but they're so annoying.
What else is an option I need?
Alexa, what time is it? Okay. I have an hour and a half. An
Hour and a
hour and a
half
half
until.
until the next supply drop. And the
Oh,
supply drops
they're on a set
have
cycle?
supply, huh?
They're on a set cycle?
They're 3 hours, every 3 hours.
Oh, and it could be a meteor or a supply
Yeah.
drop. Okay.
And that's why I was like, I need to work on these Yakumos. Like now, because well, I could use the Yakumo I currently have, or I could work on one with remarkable craftsmanship. Either one. If I don't have the other Yakumo, I will work on the speedy one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, itchy, itchy, itchy. I love my back scratcher. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's nice.
I need to do the Pen King and the Lunar Nymph whenever they're up.
Here, you want to use it?
It's not as effective through my this.
Well, that's why I went under. That's why I went under. Like that.
It's hard to get under this. It gets caught.
Where?
Oh, some hair out.
It's nice, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Mm. Nice. Ooh.
Come on,
Perfect.
Yakumo.
Ooh.
I like it's a bit like a gamba. Oh my god!
What's that? Everything you wanted?
Swift, vampiric, remarkable craftsmanship, and infinite stamina. Hold on. Oh my god, no fucking way. I'm so sorry. Its twin only has Swift. I don't know how that happened. But you said you'd be okay with
I'm happy with just remarkable craftsmanship.
okay, I've got one that just has remarkable craftsmanship. Bruh.
You already have another spare one with remarkable
Yeah.
craftsmanship? Nice.
Uh, here. Hold on a second. Where did he get vampiric? Where did he get vampiric?
Just built it.
Hold on a second. Infinite stamina. Oh no, 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 no. Hold on. Never mind. It's exact clone of Daddy. That's right, because I had Swift too. I was wondering. I was like, I forgot I had 3. Yeah. Bruh. God. I'm gonna call this one Speedy Boy or Speedy Girl. Yeah, right. Oh my God, look at that. What the fuck? What should I call a hard worker? Hard worker. I need 2 Yakumo names. One for a hard base worker and one for a fast boy with, or fast girl with stamina. Hard base boy worker. Fast girl with lots of stamina. Oh my God, I'm not going into that.
It's not too much on. Do you want anything? Salad?
Yogurt.
Yogurt? Okay. Strawberry or strawberry?
Strawberry. Can we sound maybe more, let me see. Iconic, like from a movie or something that has speed or hard worker. I don't care if they're matchy at all. Okay. The hard worker is Bob the Builder. Bob the Builder. And this is I guess Sonic works. Chances are that I'm right. With a vision out of sight. Oh my god. How do I put it in my pocket? I'll pick up the brown cherry. Ooh, babe! Okay, this works. This works. Where'd it go? Okay, we need to stop reading those. They're done. They're done. Actually, hold on. I could just take them on the breeding thing. They have other jobs. To go get yogurt, which means he went downstairs. One of these three could have all three as well. Three more chances. I could breed my Yakima with a Kelpie Ignis. Let's do that first. So, because we don't know what to do with Sonic. Not Sonic. Bob the Builder. Bob the Builder and who? Kelpie Ignis. I guess it doesn't really matter which one. Oh wait, my Kelpie Ignis is at the fucking farm. It's gonna have to take him back for a bit. I hope it's a girl, because Bob is definitely a boy. I can give him a sex change, I guess. But then I have to. Oh, it was such a grind. Please be a girl. It's a boy. Fuck. Uh, I'll see if Tristan has one. Figure it out. Maybe I'll see one out and about randomly somewhere. This is not where I meant to go. No, let's go check on these eggs first. They should be done now. I fucking doing. Who? Slot. Slot. Let's go figure out which one's the best one and drop it off at Justin's base. Internal engine. Swift. Remarkable craftsmanship. Swift. I think these two and this one. We're back. I'm gonna get downstairs. Babe, would you rather have remarkable craftsmanship with Swift or vampiric? Okay, he said he'd rather have vampiric. So that will be this one. Ugh, really? He has left me no slots. Okay. Is it the weekend? No, it's not. Oh, it's just past 1 p.m. probably. Oh, lordy, lordy. Where can I get a Kelsey Ignis? I know I've had one. Maybe I can find one to just like catch. It shouldn't be that hard. Okay. A lot of fishing spot. Is it all fishing? No. There's that section up there that doesn't look like fishing, unless it is. What is that? What is all around here? I mean, I'll look. Theoretically, it says there's a bunch of Kelsey Ignises around there. Let's see. Oh my god, there are. Bruh, what do I need, girl? What level is it? Get in, pocket. So wait. Hi, Vade. How you doing? I did not think I was gonna find that here. I'm so glad that map exists. Okay. And that way I don't have to take it out of the breeding farm. Or not breeding farm, the farm where they're dropping the organ farm. I'm doing good. Just doing me some coding. How are you? Fabulous. I'm doing a massive amount of breeding. Like it's a disgusting amount of breeding. I love it. I'm having a blast. Oh, I just realized that 5 is here. High five. I didn't even notice you were here. I'm so sorry. I've been very, obviously, very, very observant about chat. I have notes and everything. I'll show you. Let's get this in here. Get in the breeding pen with the dog. Okay. So these two together are going to make a bee guard. Right? So basically, I'm trying to get remarkable craftsmanship on like so many things. This is like my list because I got remarkable craftsmanship yesterday. It's fine. I'm just nomming at the moment. That sounds amazing. Tristan's supposedly getting me some yogurt, but he's been gone for a while, so I have no idea what the fuck he's doing. So I'm trying to get. I have longer list than this, but this is what I currently have. This is what I'm working on now. So I'm breeding a Yakimo with, look at these stats, look at swift, infinite stamina, vampiric, and remarkable craftsmanship all on the same thing. Fuck yes. I don't like that remarkable craftsmanship is the last thing, but you know, we'll take it, we'll take it, we'll take it, we'll take it, we'll take it. It's got all three, but I don't want to test it, but I want to wait until that dog is finished breeding. Actually, you know what? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if the dog's breeding or not. 'Cause I didn't give it any cake. Let's. Oh, I have to level it anyways. Babe, does it matter that remarkable craftsmanship's in the fourth slot? Or is it gonna check? It's gonna. Yeah.
I can just breed Bob the Builder. I love the name.
Oh my god. I have a driver's license. That's not a bad picture.
It's a good.
Handwriting. My signature looks like it was written by a third grader.
Yeah, the digital signature things aren't always great.
So far, I have a working image generator on my PC. Now just coding an image to video should be set. I believe in you. You got this.
Hello, Evade. Wait, chicken nuggets? Oh my god.
Bob the Builder was mine, by the way. I'm just breeding him with a Kelpie so I can get a bee.
Oh, cool. I'll give you anything.
Oh yeah, I need a slot open.
In my base?
Yeah,
Oh my god, she's one in slots?
just one.
Uh, there you go.
Um, there you go.
Thank you.
Welcome. They don't have music generation to it over the weekend. Oh, so you're doing the changing? Is it changing a picture to music? That thing. We have a friend named Corey who does that, and he's taken my VTuber's profile picture a few times and turned it into music. It sounds wild.
Corey.
Yeah, what did I say?
I think you said Corey. I just missed the name because you haven't seen yogurt.
Mm, yeah.
Let me check. I can make a couple of these. Okay, sorry, so I just need 10 more. Okay, so which one's this Yakimo? Whoops, turn on engine. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready to go hunt down bosses whenever you are, but
Okay, let's let this egg hatch really quick. I want to see what it is.
mm-hmm.
I bet it's gonna be a bee.
Maybe.
But basically, I want to if this is a bee, I'm gonna just pick. I'm gonna put the Yakumo in my pocket because I never know when I'm going to encounter a Celine or a Lilene. Well, I know when I'll encounter a Lilene. So far, the software can generate hyper-realistic images, and soon I'll be able to return those images into short videos, or you can import an image you already have and make it into video. Interesting. It's a bee with swift and vampiric and work slave and capacitor, not remarkable craftsmanship. So, guess it gets to stay. All right, so let us go to the volcano area. I have not finished. I haven't got to the. I haven't I have to report to the client. I don't know where you're at. Oh my God! When did you give me this shake?
When it came up,
Oh, good. I have a shake.
I also I the milk that was open I did not use.
Okay, fair enough.
I opened up the fresh one
Fair enough.
because it had been sitting there for a while.
Right.
I just chucked it.
Where's the client? Oh, over here.
I need to go listen to what the porter has to say.
What did you're back? What did you manage to figure out? Okay, I get it. So this guy Axel came along and rekindled their dying embers. Yeesh, what a pain. I mean, he doesn't sound like a bad guy. It's just he's taking things way too far. It seems like nobody's actually a bad guy except for Victor.
Hmm. Oh.
Hmm.
A rampaging vampire.
I'll look loose to put my PC says, I believe in you. I believe in you, and I believe in your PC.
If PC can do it, we believe.
I'll meet you up by the tower, babe. I'm going in there with quite the party, but to be honest, I'm not super worried because we're a bit over leveled.
Mm-hmm.
But Ryuma's closer, you know.
I think the only way not to be overleveled is literally do the quest one after the other.
Yeah,
As soon as you get them.
that's because you just level up by existing.
Mm-hmm.
Why in the world am I fucking flying up there? I can just travel up there.
I don't know if it has a fast travel point to the top.
Oh, I'm up here. That'd be so cool if Ryuma one-shot him.
Probably will.
I don't think so, but that would be cool.
Okay.
Tell you something. I hope you understand when I say that something. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. I'm drinking my breakfast.
Mm. You're breaking your fall.
Yep. Do I feel happy inside? It's just a feeling that I love. I can't hide, I can't hide, I can't hide from you. Alexa, what time is it? Okay. I'm not sure if I've asked before, but is Tristan Australian by chance? He is Australian.
G-Day, mateys.
We're in Australia.
Yar.
He is Australian.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not Australian. I'm American, but I live in Australia. And just today, I got an Australian driver's license, which is more than Tristan can say.
I've got to learn this permit.
Put another shrimp on the barbecue. I will say, they don't have shrimp here.
That ad was made specifically for the US.
They have prawns, which are huge shrimp. Just really big, fat shrimp.
Mm-hmm. I'll be up there at some point, babe. I'm, scaling the side of a fucking mountain.
We're just gonna stare at this lava. Maybe you might dare to jump in. He's looking at me like I'm stupid. No, depending on what state you guys are in, I'm a couple hours flight away. Oh, we're in Victoria.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I considered moving there. Well, we considered moving there. We looked into it. But then I was like, I'd rather it be near our in-laws. Near my in-laws, not our in-laws. My in-law or his in-laws are in the US.
We agreed that we would rather not be around that there if we were to move places.
It's also
But it was an
expensive.
option. Mm-hmm.
It's really expensive, and I'd want to stay in like Auckland, I think. Because that's where like the good internet is, and like that's the really expensive place to live.
To be fair, we're streaming literally most of the day and into the night.
Yeah, that's true. The only reason I don't want to be, the only reason I'm not my VTuber model right now is because I don't want to turn on the light. I'm dungeon trolling.
Channeling your inner vampire. Oh, I'm choosing literally the hardest way to scale this volcano. I know the
You
other side
really
is easier.
are.
Yeah, any other side is easier. This is just
To
like
be
a
fair,
vertical
you
jump.
aren't flying, so I'll give you a bit of a break for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Took me so much breeding to get my Ryuma, and so much in fact that he's already 4 stars, and I love him so much. I will give him so many fruits just so he's like maxed. But right now he's good. Right now he's really, really good. He's really, really good. He's so good.
So good. I got you. Bum, 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 bum.
No, I do not want using Spirit Flame. You can use Iagiri. I hate Spirit Flame. It's so bad. Generates 3 balls that just float towards these. I'm like, do you know how easy that is to avoid? Just like
No,
step out of the.
no.
Oh no! Let's stalk him. Just watch
This is
him.
the problem. I got crawled down, so the stuff that I drop, I can actually like I'm dead.
Oh, you died?
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm stuck behind a fucking lava wall.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Did you just die in the lava?
No, I fell.
But it wasn't like a fall down and then you can be regenerated?
Oh my god, another bot. Get banned, bitch.
Okay,
No.
okay, your body is behind a lava wall. However, let me see.
Fine, I'll take the intended path up. It's gonna take a while to get there. That's my Seribot got on my. Oh, hi, dummy.
Trying to see if I can't get your shit for you.
15 stream streak, dang.
Okay, I can't. In like 23 minutes, anybody can pick. Oh no, I can pick it up.
She's taking my stuff.
I'm gonna slowly take it and put it at the bottom of my inventory, so I can make sure I'm not gonna grab all of it at once. I'm good. I'm safe right here. And I'm gonna just slowly take everything one at a time to make sure it all stays separate.
We are doing wonderfully, dummy. How are you?
I'm having a great day. I've been doing so much brooding and I've had so much success this morning.
Stream priests aren't online, you're only at 11 for Aiko. Oh my god, dummy likes me more.
That's okay. I figured I like you more too.
Oh my god.
Tristan died.
I did die. Oh no, my
I'm stealing his
hardcore
stuff.
is over.
I'm stealing his stuff.
I know you both and how much you love each other. Would you believe that
There are actually people in the world who hate how much we love each other?
there are people in the world that don't like PDA, and we are
No, it's not even
actively.
like it's not even like the PDA part. It's like
Oh yeah,
just spending time together. Apparently.
yeah. There are people in the world that hate the fact that we want to spend all our time together.
I'm not gonna lie, you'll make me want to bomb too. You're welcome. I'm not sorry.
You are welcome, indeed. Um, Levin Bobby. There are people that like.
We used to have some friends, and used to have friends as what we're gonna say.
They used to be my friends, and for some reason, they never wanted to be friends with Aiko.
Oh yeah, that's true. I thought we were friends, but the fact that they only ever wanted to hang out with Tristan and didn't want to hang out with me very specifically, like they would request specifically for only Tristan and not me.
Yeah, and I was like, no, I'm hanging out with Aiko.
And he was like, "Hey, mind if Aiko hangs out too?" And they're like, "No, only you. You spend way too much time with her." It's like maybe because we're like best friends.
And then they would be like,
We need to schedule a
we
time
need
for
to
us to
schedule.
spend time together, just
You're not
us, without
prioritizing the friendship.
partners. I mean, like, why do you want to hang out with my boyfriend alone?
Specifically, the weird part was specifically saying without partners.
Mm-hmm.
That was the weird part.
Like, are you planning on
Organizing to hang out,
cheating?
completely normal. specifying without partners is weird. The thing as well was there's like their excuse for not wanting Aiko there was they didn't know Aiko, so their anxiety or just things like that. They're not like friends with Aiko
Usually
as well
extend
as they're
invites to
supposed to be.
we always extend invites to friends partners. It's
That is
actually we don't even
extremely,
have to do that. It's implied.
it's extremely normal
And
for that.
people in like the thing is like the people we're friends with now, there is never there's never been a time where it's had to I've ever had to be like, is it okay if Tristan comes too? Because it's always implied.
Yeah,
They're
it's
like,
like
duh, that's fine.
yeah.
And any time that there's been a situation where it's like, oh, this needs to stay between us, I'm like, fine, but just letting you know, I'll tell Tristan because he's my person. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. Just like nobody else. I don't get it. I legitimately don't understand. And it's not like, here's the extra weird part. His friend group was two couples.
That always like
They were two couples that always hung out with each other. So it was a group of 5 people, two sets of couples, and Tristan. But I wasn't allowed to join.
because they didn't know her and they never wanted to get to know her. The few times that, we did actually all hang out, because I didn't hang out with them if Aiko wasn't there, uh, they said Aiko was nice, and that they liked
Yeah.
hanging out with her more. So I was like, oh, cool, yeah, we can hang out more.
We tried to set up time specifically to hang out, and they just wanted to hang out with him.
Yeah, and I was like, no, if Aiko's not there, I'm not gonna hang out with you. I'm gonna be hanging out with Aiko.
And the thing is like, I did not. I want you guys to understand, I never told him that he can't hang out with his friends without me. In fact, I encouraged it. He just didn't want to.
Yeah, I just wanted to hang out with
He
Aiko.
says, if they don't want to hang out with you too, I was like, if like they're your friends, if like you want to hang out with them without me, that's fine. Clearly they have an issue with me. It's not like I'm not gonna sit here and stop you from hanging out with your friends just because they don't like me. And he was like, I don't want to hang out with them if they don't also want to hang out with you. So them being like ex friends is his call, not mine. But they will see it differently because they think that I'm crass and rude and that I use my BPD as an excuse to be an asshole.
Even though she's never done
I've
that.
never done that. The only time that my BPD has ever come up in conversation is when I was being an asshole. Tristan mentioned that I have BPD.
And that, like, you might have gone a bit too far,
Yeah.
but overall, I agree with what you said.
Okay, look, here's the thing is that person was very, very blatantly gaslighting you.
Yeah, they were trying to gaslight and guilt me into just like not hanging out with Aiko and hanging out with them, and I was like, that
Basically.
shit doesn't work on me.
Okay, so it was like, okay, so what happened is Tristan was the last one to say, hey, when we have some time, we should hang out. The person never responded. And then Tristan had some time and asked them to hang out. And they're like, oh, I don't want to hang out with you because you've been ignoring me. And,
And I'm not in the right headspace to fix a friendship.
yeah. And I was like, hold on a second. You never came to him at any point to ask to hang out. He told you, let's hang out when we both have time. And like the minute that he had time to hang out, he messaged you. That's literally what happened. And you're sitting here saying that he didn't do exactly what he said to do. But it's not like you've been messaging him at all. You fully expect that the only way that the friendship is gonna be a friendship is if he messages you every day. And this is that thing. They started trying to schedule times to hang out because if they weren't communicating at least once a week, clearly that means their friendship is over.
Yeah, it was literally 2 months where I'd planned a trip to go and visit Aiko in the US, and we were busy for like literally the first 2 months I was there.
Yeah. Apparently, he's not allowed to enjoy his fucking vacation with his girlfriend, soon to be wife, but they didn't know that part.
Yeah, but still be an asshole. They didn't tell him about
Yeah.
anything.
They didn't get to know the cool secrets.
It was very much just like you're not prioritizing the friendship. We're gonna gaslight you into and guilt you into hanging out with us. Oh, you're not hanging out with us?
And by the way, I specifically asked Tristan, hey, is it okay if I message them? Because, like, I have some shit to say. And he's like, yeah, go ahead.
Aiko wouldn't have said anything. Aiko wouldn't have gone off at them if I was like, no, just leave it. It was literally I was sick and tired of all the shit they've been doing by that point.
And so I went off because I was pissed.
And by they, I mean like the entire friend group.
Yeah. Very sketches hard. Sometimes things happen. You can't be in touch. I have friends literally go like a year plus not talking to. Exactly. Exactly. Both know you care and you just need to Exactly. Exactly.
All of
That
them
is.
were in the US. They were the opposite side of the world. The moment I had anything to do, I couldn't hang out. The problem was I never had anything to do until Aiko came along, so then they blamed everything on Aiko.
Mm-hmm. And because Tristan was usually the one reaching out to them instead of them actually reaching out to him to hang out, he would reach out to them because he wasn't constantly reaching out to them to hang out because I don't know, he's hanging out with somebody. They felt less special, I guess.
It
I
was
was
sort of
taking
like
away their specialness.
it was more so that we both messaged to hang out, but then I got busy
Yeah.
and they got busy, and then I messaged them asking to hang out, and they're like, "No, I'm gonna hang out with my partner's friends and things like that." Whenever I asked, so I was like, "Okay, let me know when you can hang out," and then they never messaged to hang out, and then apparently I'm the one at fault for not messaging.
It was all incredibly high school.
I summed it up, which pissed them all off,
Mhm.
as petty high school drama. I am not going to engage in petty high school drama. That is literally what I said it was.
I was like,
That's what it
I'm
was.
in my fucking 30s. I'm past this shit. I'm not sitting here and trying to play these games with you. I would have done it for Tristan. If he wanted to keep being friends with them, I would have just dealt with it and been like, it is what it is. You can be friends with him, have a boys' night or whatever it is. I don't care. You know, like he's my person. It doesn't mean I want to take him away from his friends.
It was literally petty high school drama, and I told them multiple times, what you're doing is petty high school drama. I want no part of it. And was I intending to offend them? Yes. When I'm saying that stuff, yes. Because they don't fucking realize that they are being children.
Some people are just like that. Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't get into a lot of drama, so whenever I do have some drama, it's like it's big. I got no spoons left already. Cannot with exactly, exactly. It's like no,
Oh,
no.
hello, Whipple. Yeah, Aiko, in fact, describes her ability to hang out with people as spoons.
Yeah, I specifically like the one of the reasons that Tristan and I wound up spending so much time together is because I said I started describing it to people as spoons so they understood. Yeah. I
Yeah.
said that I said Tristan was like the one person I've ever met who like actually not the one person I've ever met. There's very few people who can do this. But he when spending time with him actually gives me spoons. It doesn't take any spoons at all. He gives me spoons when we hang out.
We've got a few people that
Don't
just don't
most
touch your
yeah
spoons.
most if most people who are good to me just don't touch my spoons. Tristan gives me spoons. But most people take my spoons.
Hey, honey, I made it.
Okay, good. Come here. Come here. I'm trying to find a flat spot. All right. Well, shit's gonna roll away, I guess.
As a cab, it's salmon. I pick up that. But how are you doing, Luca? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's just simply getting blamed for the friendship falling apart when the friendship wasn't falling apart. It was just a friendship as adults.
Mm.
No sound? Oh no. Hmm?
What no sound? No sound from who? Is it game
Nothing.
sound, music sound
I've got game audio, I've got music.
for him?
For him? Oh.
I think he's working while here.
Oh.
Oh, he has no sound. Okay. Okay.
Mm.
You're gay, Webba. Ha ha, he didn't hear me.
Boo, hip-hop.
Why am I holding crude oil? I don't fucking know. Whatever.
You're very crude. But yeah, it's just like
Let's fucking go.
I tried to make things work with them for as long as I could, and it was just like it got to a point that I was sick and tired of it, and so I stopped trying. And that's when everything finally toppled.
This is like the weirdest boss, in my opinion.
Hmm.
Everything's about fire, eternal fire, fire, lava, volcano, electric boss.
It is a really weird.
I don't know how long it'll take to die.
Celestia, just. Oh, well, there goes 2/3 of his health, and he's dead.
Nice.
Oh, fan freaking tastic, how are you?
Oh, that's great.
Wonderful. Mm, I got three. Nice.
Yippee-ki, haha. Anyways, he can't defend himself.
Hmm? With the game.
Love you. Love you. There you go. Which one's the pal boss? Hold on.
The power?
I'm trying to figure out which is the one that for the eggs. Incubator. PAL Genetic Research Unit. Which
That's the ice area.
Oh my god, we're gonna be here all day. That's fine.
Got to go to the desert next, I believe.
Still Tristan for me? Guess you can do that since you're gay. So rude. That's true.
Dummy, you know it. Yeah.
Alright, gotta go turn this in. And then the next is the next one in the ice or the desert? I don't remember.
I believe the next one's a desert and then the ice.
Right, okay. No one can outgay you.
Why am I running down the side of the volcano?
Because
I mean,
you
I started,
passion
so...
passion project, I guess. I don't know. Alexa, what time is it? Okay.
Got 34 minutes.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to keep an eye on the time because basically I need to make sure that I am in at my house at 4:30 or before 4:30 because that will be about the time that the supply drop falls, right? And if we go to another area where meteors can drop, it will drop there instead. And I need to not for that not to happen.
Yeah, good luck trying to steal me from Aiko because I will be clinging to her and I will not go. I will not let go.
Search for clues to the next tower. I will do that. Oh look, I bet it's at this desert shelter. I can't stop, and
Angelina, yeah,
I won't
good luck.
stop. We had a long ass conversation about people who tried to change his mind, and he was like, "Guess we're not friends anymore." I just bit my lip. Ow!
Get back. Yeah.
It could be a supply drop, and I'd be so mad.
I feel like meteors are much more common in soccer
But the
anymore.
thing is the last few drops have been supply drops.
Oh,
So I feel like I'm due.
I do think so as well.
I bit my lip. I bit my lip just now. I was talking and I bit my lip while talking because I'm dumb. Oh, whoa.
No, she bites her lip when she looks at me.
Hmm. You seem an awfully long way from home, but let's go talk about this shithead.
It's like I didn't know it was that kind of stream. It's always that kind of stream when we're around each other.
They can't see my facial expressions. Oh, I love it here. Fabulous. It's such a good place. Oh my god.
We know why you use VTubers.
Marcus is this dickhole. I think Victor's also a dickhole. Victor and Marcus are both dickholes.
Victor does indeed have a hole in his dick.
That's not what I meant. Keeping TOS in place.
Honestly, yeah, I've heard of some VTubers that literally just wander around naked because they're comfortable when naked, and they don't will never be a flesh tuber because stress, anxiety, and
I'm
they just
wearing.
want to be naked in
It's
their house.
winter, as it's winter, and I am wearing some pink fluffy pajama pants and the softest long sleeve pink top covered in bows. Actually, both my pants and my shirt are covered in bows. Like decorated bows, not actual bows, just like a print of bows. And then I've also got a little sweater that I keep taking on or putting on and taking off. So that's the most clothes I take off is the sweater because sometimes I'm a little hot, sometimes I'm a little cold. So I just sit on it and then occasionally swap it out. So here's the thing. If you want a lazy thing, the lazy thing is putting on clothes and then just not changing out of them. Although to be fair, I guess naked is lazy too. It's probably the extra lazy. That's the extra step. That's like the reason I learned to like black coffee.
Because lazy.
Yeah, because it was too much effort for me to put cream and sugar in it. And also it's cheaper, so I didn't have to buy cream and sugar. So I learned to like black coffee. Anxiety to experience streaming nude, even off camera, is too much to imagine. Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah, some people are just comfortable that way.
the thing is like summertime. I'm not nude, but I won't wear pants, and not just summertime. Any warm month. Warm month, I'm not wearing pants.
I regularly don't wear a top because if I do, I overheat very quickly.
He's shirtless right now
I've got my boobas out.
on the treasure map.
If it's now or never, I ain't gotta
So
live
what did
long.
unlock for me based on that boss that we just did?
Oh, the attack pattern. It's mine.
That. Oh, see, that's the electric egg eating computer. I'm not even gonna get that. I'm gonna skip that, and I'm gonna go straight to this one because electric. If I'm just, I could do the large incubator, which is 50%, or if we go all the way to do.
Yeah,
But to be
electric.
fair, I'd need hexalite for that, which we could get. But that's a lot of ancient civ cores too. How many ancient civ cores are needed for the smaller one? 4. I could do that.
Hey, honey.
Hi, babe.
What up?
I haven't talked to anybody in here yet. I was just searching for
Um,
chests.
It's my life.
I think I'm gonna
It's
get the hip
now.
lantern.
I ain't gonna live forever.
Oh my god, I found other drugs.
Yay!
Oh my god, this guy.
That guy's a mood.
Pants when streaming counts. Well, I mean, I'm wearing pants now because it's cold. Tristan's over here like, it's too hot in Australia. I need to move somewhere colder. I'll die. I'll freeze to death. This is a very comfortable cold for me.
Yeah, it is. It is chilly. Australian houses aren't made to keep the heat in, so. Hey, Relaxosaurus statue. I'm not gonna touch you because I don't want
I
to.
want it. Pick it up. Where's it at?
It's just around here, around the corner.
I want to collect them so I can prove to people that I could, if wanted, to put the XP in there, but I don't want to.
I am going to go up to the tower while I'm here, just so I get the fast travel
I
point.
found a segment.
Nice.
Get in the ball. Get in the ball.
Oh my god, she's rubbing her balls all over a segment.
You have a segment now.
Gonna head out to get ready to pick up my child, but leave it.
You have a
on the
child?
study.
I'm so
Oh
sorry.
my
I mean, you
god.
probably like that one at least, but.
Thank you for the lurk, dummy.
Yes,
I
thanks
hope
for
you
the
have
lyrics.
a wonderful time. Drive safe. Or walk safe. I don't know
At the
if you want to drive
PDIF
or walk to pick him up.
station.
Oh.
I have to keep asking what time it is because this time game flies. Or this, not the game flies. The time flies when we play them.
Time flies when we do anything together because we're so in love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna say time flies when you're having fun. Then, sure, it's because we're in love.
Because we're in love, everything's fun. I'm gonna make everyone vomit.
It makes me vomit sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes I have to hold her hair. To be fair, you're very good at like getting your hair tied up whenever you're nauseous.
Yeah, that is because I don't like vomit in my hair.
Yeah. That's a learned experience thing.
The thing is like I get sick a lot, so, or at least I vomit a lot. Like sometimes it's a lot. Like if I get sick, it's like temporary, and then like a lot of the time I just need to throw up and I'll be fine.
Okay. I got the fast travel point by the tower. Now I'm coming back to the town.
Okay.
Do you want to catch all the prisoners again this time?
I already went there.
Okay.
The answer is no. I don't like them in my pocket. The only one I want right now is Gary.
I got a pocket full of Gary. It's my life. Have you gone up here yet? Nice. And so far behind.
No, no, no. I took off because I was like thinking about the time. Alexa, what time is it? I'm gonna go check. Like, maybe it's gonna be there, but maybe it's not. I don't know. I'm just gonna check. I'm just gonna dip back there really quick.
Yeah, it's okay. Take your time. I had to tell my sellers there to not fucking nuke the PDIF station because it's unaggressive.
Oh, well. I'm just taking these eggs and putting in here, so maybe one. I would say maybe one of them is a bee guard. That would be really stupid if it wasn't a bee guard. And also, they're both the same egg.
I may as well do this. Hey, Whip. Goodbye, Whip.
Bring on that. We have options now. We can breed other things with things if it's easier. Mostly because, like, sometimes there's like multiple breeding pattern things, and it's like, the fuck? Like, why is this so hard? So I like scroll down to figure out, like, that's how I found the Lulu with, I bred the Lulu to get the Dazzy because there's a long list of things you can breed with a Prunelia to get a Dazzy. But one of the things you could breed was a Lulu. And I was like, well, fuck, I need a Lulu too. Or no, it was like breed something, breed Prunelia with something to get a Lulu, and then breed the Lulu with something to get the Dazzy. So I was like, well, I need a Lulu, so might as well do that.
You're cute.
You're cute.
You're cute.
You're cute.
You're so adorable.
Meet you at the tower.
Okay. I'm just
I don't remember what kind of pals he uses.
The Pal kind.
What pal does he use? If I remember by memory, he is like bougie rich bitch.
Money. He uses money pals. I don't know.
A mimog. No, I'm picturing his face. I'm picturing him surrounded in piles of money from extorting people. And his pal is a what?
A Dummard Guild.
That'd be awesome.
That would be awesome. But no,
I don't think that's it though.
don't remember what his pal is either.
Okay.
We're about to find out. He just has a punchable face.
I just realized all the money has his own face on it.
It does?
Yeah. Ah, Phalaris. I did not remember that.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
You remembered? I did not. This was clearly not a very memorable fight for me.
We killed it in like one hit.
Yeah.
I remember mentioning that this is like the best, like, late mid game. Pal. Bye bye, Flares. Oh no, you actually did a little bit of damage. My sellers do. And you're dead. Bye bye. Thank you for your ancient technology point. Stab, stab, stab in the butt with a spear. Stab, 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 stab. In the butt, in the butt, in the butt. I stabbed him in the butt with my spear.
I can't stab him in the butt. I'll shoot him.
Nice. Only once because you don't want to waste more ammo.
Yeah. It's like a spear, but got it's shorter and it's skinnier, and it is being driven by physics.
You schematic tower. I'm gonna go grab it. I know what it is. You've already got this one.
Yeah.
Multi-climate undershirt. Be the shirt of underclimate multi.
I want that talisman that gives the like the same perks as that, but then something else that I don't remember.
Oh, the Vanguard talisman or the merchant one that lets you that gives carry capacity. The Vanguard one is
They're both good.
attack slash defense.
I think well, I mean, I already have defense with the other with the war sect.
I mean, they stack.
Oh yeah. Extra defense.
Could just be attack.
Can't touch this. Nah, 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 nah.
Yeah, I'm stuck in a tree somehow. Nice work, Celestia.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I fucked up.
You fucked up? Oh.
Help!
Do you have a Herbie?
No.
Okay, give me a second. I'm at a shrine.
Help!
Are you near a shrine? Are you near somewhere I can teleport to?
I don't know.
Okay. The fastest one is the boss's place. Okay, cool.
I was not thinking. I was like using my glider, and I was really high up, and then I ran out of stamina, and there was nowhere for me to grab onto, so I fell on the
What are
ground.
you doing?
Hey, fuddlers. I want to play with the fuddlers. Hey, fuddlers.
Are you down or
I'm down. I'm playing with fuddlers. Hi, little buddies. On the ground.
I'm landing on top of you. Hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry, Fadless. No, don't kill them. Put it away in a bowl and I still killed them.
Wee, I'm alive. I can't ride this.
Take the leather. But I will kill these bastards.
Yeah, the annoying thing is I have a flyer and I still fell and died because I decided to glide. Wee. I could use my Yakumo even faster. I could use my Yakumo. You guys want to see my Yakumo? Oh my god, who's paying attention? I don't know who's paying attention to my Yakumo or not, but look at this shit.
Yes, Yakumo. Stop running that spot just because I freshly summoned you. Let's go. Whee!
I actually don't know if this is faster than my Cillian.
This is faster than my Celestia because it doesn't really have any move speed things on it.
It will.
Or it's not ranked up. But my Celestia will be much faster eventually.
I'm gonna go check the house really quick and I'll be right back. I don't want to go to another region like in the end, just in case.
I've got 15 minutes, my love, so...
Yeah,
probably...
but I only put an approximate time.
Yes, it's probably best to hang out.
Should I hang out at the house?
Hello, Hero. I've been told to hydrate, my love.
I've been told I was stinky.
Two stinky, not one stinky, two stinky. Well, let's prove that, Kiara.
All right, we've got a
If
B guard with
you-
remarkable craftsmanship and swift. Yes. We have two of them.
Yeah.
Would you like a B guard with remarkable craftsmanship?
Ooh, oh, that would be nice.
I got two of them.
Ooh, okay, you're 62% stinky, I'm 38% stinky. Between us, we make 100%. What about Kiara? Kiara, how stinky are you? 15% stinky. Kiara's the least stinky, oh my god. How are you, Kiara? How you doing? It's always great to see familiar faces.
Every are familiar faces.
I cast modded Minecraft. Nah, we're on a Palworld fixation. Your spell is ineffective.
Very ineffective.
We will be playing this until death.
Do us part.
No, we're never pardoned, not even in death.
Extra hard work and B.
Are you addicted to modern Minecraft? What have you been playing, Kiara? Is it more of the?
Oh wait, I should get the B out. Can you take me higher?
What's the stupid thingy that we don't like? The machine one in Minecraft. Quark or
Create.
something? Create, yeah. We don't like it because it's too stinky. Yo, my pals. It has airship add-ons now? Wow. Palworld has a flying Pegasus that is dark.
True.
And dragons. Without mods.
Okay, I am going to rush over to try to catch a Lylene really quick because I need to level up my B guard.
I'm just gonna be doing dungeons until the meteor hits because I don't want to accidentally be in an area where it lands.
I appreciate that. Lord. Oh Lord. Okay, I need to do the Lylene, but I don't want it to die. Oh my god. Do I have something with Mercy hit?
Your goggles?
Celine. So I'm trying to multitask this.
Create just seems really complicated for meh games that other mods just do a lot better. From what I've seen. But it's cool if you like machines. I like making big machines good.
Ow. Stop healing, don't you fucking dare. 3913, 3913, 3913, 3913.
Hey, pal merchant, you got anything interesting?
Are you kidding me?
No one's interesting.
It fucking stopped my holy burst.
That bastard. Did it just, like, knock you out of it?
Okay, I'm gonna, okay. Stop, don't kill it, don't kill it, don't kill it, don't kill it, don't kill it. Okay, I need this out, I need this out, and I need that, go. Nope, nope, go, 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 go. Go. Don't fucking kill her. Don't fucking kill her.
I ate a salad. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay, look, it does it not count? Oh my god. Ow. Bob the Builder died.
No.
Does it count?
It's Bob the
Damn
Builder.
it. It got infinite stamina.
Yeah, that's decent.
Yeah, it was not what I wanted. Did Bob the Builder level up? He did. He did.
Yes, he'll still get levels. He just won't.
What the fuck is fighting me?
Passive won't trigger.
Go. Fucking get that lightly. Oh my god, not the bee. Not the bee.
Not the bees.
Okay, I've killed multiple things now. Come on, Ryuma. Damn, I'm almost dead. Bob the Builder's dead, which means that he's absolutely not the one we're getting the Celine for. We will be getting the speedy Celine. Theoretically. But at least Bob the Builder has levels now, because before he was level 17. That was never going to happen. We tried.
It's okay. It's okay. One day you'll get.
Sonic is the name of my speedy one.
That's cute. I should name mine Dash.
Dash was the other option.
Oh, let's go. I need to name mine Dash. Which one's Mrs. Incredible and which one's Mr. Incredible?
I don't have either one of those.
Well, you have to choose one with a nice ass for Mrs. Incredible and one that's just like built like a gorilla for Mr. Incredible.
Breeding. Guys, Bernalia is currently busy with we can breed something else with something else. Could breed the Dazzy with something to get hero maybe? No, I don't think so. I think that Dazzy is definitely not gonna Dazzy is not on the same level as the Bernalia when it comes to breeding. That'll be several steps. Lulu has more of a chance. Alexa, what time is it?
It'd be cool if you were spot on. That'd be cool. I don't get why these shacks. One of them has a flower in it, but you can't get into the shack anyway. You can pick it up though through the wall, which is nice, but there's no way into the shack.
What is this fire egg I have? I don't know if I picked that one up or if that one's a Bushi. I don't think it's a Bushi. I suppose it could still be a Bushi. There we go. Meteorite descent in progress. It says meteorite.
Yes, that is a meteor then. 4:23, 4:24 is the time on that.
Okay. I'm so excited and so nervous and so excited and so nervous and so excited and so nervous. Please, 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 please. Please have a Celine. Oh my god, it has a Celine. Okay, there's a Celine. There's a Celine. There's a Celine. Celine. Come on, yeah, come on. No, don't fucking do that shit. Don't fucking do that shit. Bitch. I will wholly burst your ass back.
She tried holy bursting you?
Come on. Get in the ball. Stay in the ball. Get in the ball. Stay in the ball.
I need to try to stop.
Please, 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 please. No, get in the ball. If you get killed by something accidentally, I'm going to be so mad. What?
Did it not get it?
It didn't get anything.
No!
It literally has no passives. Why is my Celine almost dead? Wait, this is the Celine I just caught. This is the Celine I just caught.
The one you just caught? Yeah. If they go into the inventory, they'll be almost dead. And just heal up.
Why do I have the most...
Check the mail.
Wow. Well, I guess it's not too bad that I have a Celine with 0 passives. Yeah, maybe for breeding on things, maybe. All right. Hi, Jessie. All right. 4:30 was meteorite drop. Next one is at 7:30. Hi, Jessie. Okay, well, at least I don't have to worry about that for the next 3 hours.
My legs asleep.
I don't want anything. I don't want.
My legs asleep.
I don't need to worry about that for the next 3 hours, so I can actually use Bob the Builder. So if you give me a few minutes, because I don't need. The only thing I need Sonic for is Celine.
I am very curious about something, my love. If I teleport up there, are meteors server-wide or
I think they're server wide.
we shall check. I think you're right, but there's no harm in. Uh,
Swap out this one for. Where's my other bronze cherry? The one that has levels. There it is. And then I will swap out with Bob the Builder as soon as he comes back to life.
How are you doing, Jesse? Don't have any more.
Eileen, Celine, Chickapee, and Matsurina. I can go catch a Chickapee. Well, no, I can't right now because Bob the Builder's dead.
Bob the Builder, can we build?
He'll be a lot more. He'll have a lot more sustain this next time though, because he's got a lot more. He's level 58 instead of level 17.
True. Yes. He will have a lot more.
I'm gonna need so many farming books. What do I have? Can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. I'm currently working on that. Cornelia plus Bushi knocked equals a menacing. Menacing plus Lylene equals Lylene knocked. Lylene knocked plus Duelith knocked equal Ophidia. Menacing plus Idril Ignis. Let me see what is on the Idril Ignis. I don't think it's remarkable craftsmanship, but if I have a
Between these, I genuinely think I can put
menacing with remarkable craftsmanship, I don't think I do. I do. I have one menacing with remarkable craftsmanship. It's just remarkable craftsmanship, which is why I didn't want to use it. But I can breed it with the Eidrolon Ignis, which I believe is female. Is, yes. And it has immortality and demon god. Brr. Okay. All right. Cool. We got a new pairing. If my house gets caught on fire, then I'm blaming this Eidrolon Ignis. And I say that specifically because it seems like the past 2 times I pulled it out for some reason my house caught on fire. And it could be it could be a coincidence, or the Eidrolon Ignis is setting my house on fire. I need more legendary spears. I'm gonna do a quick zip around to see if I can't find something. While Bob the Builder is coming back. I'm gonna go grab some because I can't craft them right now. I don't have the skills. I mean, I have the skills, I just don't have the machinery. Something really pretty good over to the east. And by east, I mean south. Southeast. Southeast.
Mm-hmm.
Going to the next boss. What are you up to today, Jesse? Usually. Oh, there we go. can't believe I needed so many legendary spears to get that Celine on 1 health, and it was trash.
Oh no, I'm sorry. The trash lean.
What even happened?
Okay, I can make a couple more of these. I'm closing in slowly on what I need. Let me do some Sakurajima caves.
What are you trying to get?
Just more cavern mushrooms.
Okay.
Think
I
different
don't think
areas.
Sakajima has very many cavern mushrooms, though.
That's fine. It'll have some. Depends on the layout I get.
I don't think I've ever had a good Sakajima one.
It give me different elixirs as well, and different lotuses.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, let me check what's in this letter. Whatever it
You
is.
got a letter? Is it from the government? Is it from the government? Is it that you didn't pay your taxes?
Mm,
Tristan, did you not pay your taxes?
No, it's not that.
Like so, I heard you married an American. Here's $1,000 for your public service.
wouldn't- I have to do my with my security license.
What the fuck is this music?
I don't care. What is this music? Someone's going off on the sack.
It started out as classic rock. What the fuck is this?
Classic jazz.
What happens when you let Spotify choose their next songs? You wind up here.
Huh? Why are you aggressive? Is she not? Let me poke you with spear.
Get a cake for those guys. That is
Well,
an
you're dead.
odd couple.
Oops. Let's go this way, Yakumo. I don't know what this way is, and I hope it's not the right way to go, but it is a way to go. Whee!
I need to go put my stuff.
Yes.
I mean, check Bob the Builder.
Perfect. Bob the Builder, can we fix
No, he's dead.
Bob the Builder.
No, he can't because he's dead.
He will be remembered, but not missed.
What am I making? Oh, 2 Wumpos. Oh my god, they're gonna. Oh, never mind, they're huge because they're fucking Wumpos. Never mind. Okay, he is alive. He is in my pockets. I am gonna go to my workshop really quick so I can put away what's in my pockets.
Bob the Builder is alive again.
Yeah, he's in my pocket.
Yippee! Oh, Yakumo, go. Kill him before he hurts you. Before he discovers you. Kill them. Poke, poke, poke. Oh, we dodged your attack, Yakumo. Poke, 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 poke. Get him, Yakumo! Yeah! I kept him occupied by poking him in the butt with a spear.
Who'd you poke in the butt with a spear?
A moonflower ganon or whatever they're called.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, a ninja.
Okay, so
It wasn't very stealthy. I was having a nap in the middle of a cave.
what was it I needed? I need a Celine, a Lilene, a chicken. You're caving right now?
Yeah, I'm just in dungeon.
Okay, I'm gonna go throw balls at chickens.
Show my knocks. Any good ones? Sure. I'll catch you in the box.
These Bob the Builder's a little bit bigger.
Oh dang.
Just a small town boy. Sorry, girl.
Just a small town twisting, even in a lonely eastern.
All right, chicken. Chicken, come back.
Chicken. I like chicken.
That chicken had no perks. No passives whatsoever. Okay.
Raised in South Detroit. The midnight
Come
train
here,
going
chicken.
past.
Easy two chickens.
I leveled up. Oh my god, it's like doing a few Ks makes you level up because there's a bunch of chests in there.
Nope. Boding well for like the Lylene. I guess the Lylene comes back pretty often, but the Celine's that's gonna suck for the Celine. Well, that's a Chickapee with Vampiric. Especially since first I've got to get a Speedy Celine.
I might do some desert caves now. I think desert caves have a good amount of cabin flowers, but mushrooms.
Okay.
Ah, yum 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 yum.
If they're getting anything, it's infinite stamina, which on a chicken, what's that gonna do for me?
On and on. May as well also explore the desert. I haven't really done that yet. Where's the watchtower? It's over here,
Why
isn't
is this
it?
chicken avoiding my ball? What the fuck? That one has Vampiric. That one has Swift. The big one I want is Remarkable Craftsmanship. If we could just get Remarkable Craftsmanship, I will be happy. It's just a chicken.
Chicken.
And then I'll need to go do the same thing to cows.
Ooh. This is a good mining tool.
At least I'll have plenty of chickens to make it a 4-star chicken.
Oh. Gonna be the most buff chicken in existence.
Swift.
It's gonna be impossible to make
Swift and ferocious, I guess. Gonna be impossible to what? Make the Celine?
make this in. Maybe. It's gonna be impossible to get friggin' nuggets out of that chicken. It's just gonna be full on tenders. Be that buff.
Oh yeah.
Hello? Is this the way to go? I hope it's not the way to go.
Oh my god, it just keeps going. I don't care if you're shooting me with guns. I'm not interested in you.
Masochist. aggressive and
That wasn't me,
serious.
yeah.
Well, time to turn around. Go the other way to get the cavern mushrooms.
Get over here, you little shit.
What did you just call me?
Talking to the chicken.
No, you're talking to me.
That's right, I called you a chicken. And a little
I'm the
shit.
chicken.
Nothing.
I'm the biggest shit.
You're such a goob.
I'm your goob.
Indeed.
Would you have me any other way?
Nope.
Let's go. I can just be me and not someone else.
Please. Please. I got Swift and Vampiric on one. Okay.
Nice.
I'd be willing to breed chickpeas if I can get remarkable craftsmanship.
But let you also get up to 4 stars as well. Should be ideal for
What do you mean?
chicken.
I've already been, I'm pretty sure I've already caught enough to get 4 stars.
Oh yeah, gotcha. That's what I did with my Kramus and my Rabunny. I just caught enough. I didn't bother breeding them. They're so abundant. Just go to the area where they are, and they're just everywhere.
Now I have to get more balls, though. Glutton, absolutely not using you. Vampiric.
Wanna be... Oh, it's a Rayhound. Oh, it's a really good Rayhound.
I just got a really good chicken, but it was a glutton, so I'm not gonna use it.
Ouch.
This is a 99.99.54 chicken.
Oh. A Rayhound with Workaholic. Okay, cool. Oh, I got a Mite Remedy from the desert. Ooh.
Vampiric
Desert.
and motivational leader, unhelpful. It doesn't need to be vampiric because it's not exactly going to be fighting. But if it does decide to fight, at least it will return some of its health. I'm down to 22 pal spears.
Oh no. The chickens are absorbing them all.
They are. There was
They-
one that escaped 5 times.
Wow. Dang.
Alright. Fine. Infinite stamina and remarkable craftsmanship. Yes. Now I'm...
Wonderful.
That's all I need on it, really. I will put Night Owl on it. It's fine. Not Night Owl. Fuck that. I will put Insomnia on it. And... I don't know. The one that makes it eat less, I guess.
Thank you, I think it's the one you can put all
Diet
that
lover.
on it. Diet lover. Yes.
I also realized I have a chest down, or the treasure chest down here, so I'm gonna go grab that too. Maybe it's filled with POW spears.
Oh, there's the watchtower. Okay. Pretty sure I looked at that a bunch of times and then just didn't register that it was the watchtower I was searching for. And it's like, Matt, you're not
These
good.
are not the watchtowers you're looking for.
No, no.
Oop. What else was it I needed? A cow, right. So I'm definitely gonna need some more spheres. Head back to the workshop in a minute after we check on the chicken. Got a mining book. Okay.
Let me up at the watchtower. In fact, Celeste, you have some fun killing these guys. They give medium souls. Whee!
We're gonna go squish some, just compress. Not I like using words that aren't condense, like squish and compress and juice.
Same. Same. It's so much more satisfying to squish them. Hello, Suzuko. Goodbye, Suzuko. I'm gonna catch you.
What was this?
Oh my god.
Oh, I have a Suzuki now. That's good. We'll add that to the list.
You broke free, you bitch.
Thought I heard sparkles. I was losing my mind.
I can hear Natalie. That Suzuka's a masochist.
God, I have so many chickens.
Chicken.
Where's the good chicken? Such
Honestly,
a weird
chicken best meat.
beef best meat.
Beef best meat? Oh wow, betrayer of the Dino Nuggies.
Yep.
We are having some of the, not the sizzle steaks, but the sandwich steaks, the slightly thicker ones, for dinner.
Okay.
Just thought I'd let you know.
All right, my chicken is now 3 stars.
Ooh, decent. Oh, ooh. Did that all go into ranching? Or no, it can do something else, can't it?
I don't know. It went into farming. Well, gathering and farming. It went 1 into gathering and 2 into farming.
Okay, that's reasonable.
I'm gonna go ahead and give it insomnia. It has infinite stamina for some fucking reason. Don't know why. We don't need that. We can probably swap that out for something.
Yeah, you can't ride it, so.
Insomnia. Give
Okay.
it work slave.
Eye out for caves while continuing along my journey. Probably should go back to
Curious.
the base. Let me get that wave shrine. I love how we just use wave shrine because we're just ESO addicts.
Yeah. Well, what am I supposed to say? Giant eagle?
Does anyone have a name?
Giant eagle. Like if you try to teleport somewhere, it says you have to do it at the giant eagle statue.
Oh. I prefer wave shrine.
Yeah.
Much better.
Gonna grab my Yakimo and see if I can't get I don't know if the Lilene is back or not, but if it is, I have an opportunity to catch it with Bob the Builder, and then I could get leveled up for the chicken. Get the chicken leveled up. Move, bruh. There we go. Is the Lilene back? Yes, she is, which means Holy Burst. Holy Burst, yes.
Good, Celestine. Nice work killing all those tokos. Toko.
Damn it. Are you kidding me? You're such a bitch, you know that?
Me?
No, this fucking Lilene. I'm gonna let you fucking die.
Well, they all died because they broke out. They could have lived if they decided to stay in the ball, but they decided to break out of the ball and die. Oh, the lonely people. I'm not listening to this
This
song.
Lilene killed Bob.
That bitch. That looks like it might be a dead end. Is this a dead end? Please tell me it's a dead end. It is a dead end. With... It's not a dead end. Fuck. But it's got 2 sparkly green fish.
I have to go put Bob the Builder back at the thing. And then I have to go make some more spheres. I clearly have none.
A turtle called Terror with Vampiric? Okay. Back here, little fishy. I know you're swimming through the wall, but... There we go.
At least the chicken's leveled up. That's the important part, I suppose. I should name the chicken, yeah?
Yeah.
What should I name the chicken?
Accelerator locks with Swift. Interesting. What should you name the chicken? Colonel Sanders?
Oh, that's so funny. I just named him KFC.
Ah, we have the same mind. I love you. We are made for each other.
It's pretty standard. It's pretty standard naming convention for a chicken. It was either gonna be that or Nugget.
Oh, Nugget would have been cute as well. Oh no.
You know, I'm gonna name it Nugget because, like, this is the cute base.
Yes. Yeah, that. Oh, that's actually, yeah, smart.
I'm gonna name the chicken Nugget. I'm gonna name the bee Honey.
Oh my god.
But I'm gonna spell it Hunny.
Oh. Oh, a dig toys. I will catch that with a hypersphere. I missed. I'm shit. I need to retire.
You're gonna go steal your balls. That's a sentence.
Hmm?
I said I'm gonna go steal your balls.
Oh.
And by steal your balls, I mean make balls, because I don't have, like, fucking any balls right now.
She's taking my balls and help.
That's what happens when you get married. Wife takes your balls.
I was warned about this.
Start with this.
Up to this fast travel point. I click things I've already got things of.
Do this. According to Gremlin Child, I'm doing everything wrong this morning. Are you? Do you think you are?
I think Gremlin Child's doing everything wrong.
No, I'm just saying, like, there are sometimes I legitimately feel like everything I'm doing, it's like, it's going wrong. This morning, I'm having a really great day. Like, everything's going, like, I say everything's going great this morning. I have been fucking up a bit on the Lilene, like, the Lilene and the, I'm dying a lot because I'm trying to get tough pals.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Or falling out of the sky.
But he thinks it.
Okay, well.
That rude bear.
What does he know? He's a gremlin. And he's probably 5 years old, I guess. That's my guess.
Gremlins don't have rights.
He's 2? Oh my god. How could he know anything?
How can
Where
he
did
do
you get this Prunelia?
Who?
You.
Me? I've had a Cornelia for ages.
Oh,
Is it a good one?
I don't know. It's just an alpha. I was just like, she jumped up here to help me make balls.
I bred her ages ago for
Helping your crops.
something. No, it was more for just like something else I needed. I made a Prenellia. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Some mid. Nope.
My body. Here, that's fine.
Now I can go try and catch a cow.
You are now a chair. Oh no, I'm sorry, you have been demoted to chair. Gremlin child is treating Jessie poorly.
I still have 5 minutes.
5 minutes on
Bob the Builder.
Oh yes, yeah, my
Died again. Bob the Builder dies a lot.
he's so weak.
He's not built for strength.
He's not built for Bob.
He's built for building. See, Bob the Builder.
Built for building, not bobbing. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave those eggs there. That's fine.
The Lylines are so strong. That's why they're good
No,
to fight. That's why they're good experience. But like, they're only really like, they only really aren't a problem if I'm trying to kill them.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I'm trying to catch them, they're a bitch.
Yeah, there's a few things like that.
Go ahead and mark down something. What I thought.
Unfortunately, you gotta
catch one so I can breed it for a Liline Noct. And then I gotta breed the Liline Noct with a Dualith Noct so I can get Ophidia. And the Ophidia, bruh. The fact that I found that combination is crazy because if you look at everything else, it's like the only way to fucking get an Ophidia is like to breed legendaries together.
Yeah, most of their combos are legendaries. It's insane. I have a combo that can get a video, but it's purely because of this website. It is amazing.
This website's fucking fantastic. Okay, let's go down. Let's click more things. Oh, everything's grayed out now. I'm sweet. That's cool. That's cool. That's
Yeah,
much
they gray out now.
That's much better.
Yeah, it really is. Go back to student, unlocking all the saddles. I will build all the saddles.
I have access to a Dumud guild, so I'll put that down. Well, no, I'm not gonna take that away from the farm. I'm not gonna. No. So it's okay. Which I now have. I have a segment now.
I have not marked off anything for a while. I will be marking off things.
Too much. Don't want to know. Don't speak. I know just what you're thinking. Will they stop explaining? Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak. I know what you're thinking. And I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts.
Linaris, I finally got one.
A lot of pals. What the fuck?
Awesome.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Check
Yeah.
out the video.
Cute.
What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go to the desert, and I'm gonna talk to that guy who has that quest for me to catch pals.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I haven't talked to him yet, so I want to see how many I've caught. It'll be a good way to do it. Whoa, whoa,
Not. Human died Ignis Suzuka.
You've captured 200, not bad at all. You've captured 300, not bad at all. You've captured 400, not bad at all. You've captured 500, not bad at all. Ah, you've captured 600, not bad at all. Ah, you've captured 700, not bad at all. Ah, you captured 762. Okay. Oh my god, I fucking forgot to put those eggs in the.
Eggu.
I forgot to put the eggs in the thingy. Wait a second. Is there another fucking meteor? No, wait. It's the same meteor. I just
Didn't dig it up.
I forgot to break it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
I
Don't
got
sleep.
excited.
I just don't know sleep. Sleepy slurp slurp slurp.
Whoa! I want that. My chance of getting that. 6%. Oh, come on. Give me the luck. No, you get your ass back here. I want you, bitch. Oh.
Are you getting?
It's a lucky Mimog.
Oh.
I want it. He's easy to follow.
Oh my god, it's so bright.
He's got a beam. Come back. No, he's so fucking fast, bro. Oh my god.
Going down onto the beach.
Dude, really? I forgot to. Oh shit.
I'm coming over to help.
Stop
Come
moving.
on.
Bitch. Oh my god.
He's running into the Anubis statue. Where did he go? Oh, he's on top of the rocks behind the Anubis statue. Did he run off?
Distance.
Dang. Let's go, Yakimo. Let's catch up to him.
He's swimming.
That bitch.
That's okay. He's slower in the water.
He really is, yeah. He's doomed himself. Make sure you don't put him to 1 health because he might drown.
He's barking at me. I don't know why he's barking. Lord.
Let me hit him with this. Nope, he's out of range. Okay.
God.
He's in legendary balls.
Yep.
You got him. Let's go. Come on. You got this, Aiko. What the fuck was that sound? Wow, such a low capture rate.
Oh my god.
Oh, nice. Double hit.
Ugh.
Fucking hell. Going back to land, which is good, means he won't drown.
Bastard doesn't want to be caught.
Hey.
Hit him in the face. It might have been a critical. I don't know. Yes.
Fucking finally.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
It's harder than a boss fight.
So I want to see, like, tell me more about yourself, Mimog. You have lucky and motivational leaner. You can open treasure chests without using a key. Okay.
Yeah. That the type of treasure chest depends on his rank.
Level
so
4. He's got 3 stars. He's got.
He's awakened.
Oh
Is he
my god,
awakened?
is he awakened? No, he's not. Hold on.
If he came at 3 stars?
Hold on. No, no, no. I won't be able to tell. Like, is he? Hold on.
You look at his profile picture.
It's not glowing.
Okay, so it's not awakened. He just came at 3 stars?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's a big boy.
Wow.
Usually luck is just 1 star.
Yeah. He can't. No wonder he's so fucking hard.
Yeah.
Worth it.
Yeah, that thing will be able to open gold chest, I believe, at level at 3 stars. Hang on.
So, do I just have to have it in my party, or do I have to, like...
He has to be out, unfortunately.
So annoying.
And then his skill goes on a cooldown. But it's not long a cooldown.
Alright, so there's a Lylene. Let me go check to see if Bob the Builder's alive. Yes. Okay, let's see what we can do. We're gonna pull out Celine to fight, not Bob the Builder. Because Bob the Builder will die. And we're not pulling out Ryuma because Ryuma will kill her. So we're gonna use Celine to get most of the fighting done. And then we're gonna swap to Bob the Builder and get on him at near the end.
The advantage of Mimog is you can farm him for dog coins. So if you like breed Mimogs on Slaughter and you get dog coins.
Just healed herself.
Or if you catch him.
You just need one with remarkable craftsmanship.
Okay, so if I have this Yakima. Okay, I need to go.
Come on.
You're probably up again, Mr. Penking, after this one. Did you mark how the time?
Yes.
When... Okay, cool.
Oh my god, what is hitting it? What is hitting it? What is hitting it? What is attacking it? Come on, get in my pocket, please. I don't need you getting killed by anything else. Something else is attacking in this area. Is specifically mad at the Lylene.
Lylene probably hit it while you were fighting.
Come on, bitch. Get in my... Okay. What do we get? Damn, Spear Emperor and Heated Body, so no to...
Oh, I should check him. Oh, the Penking is back up. Nice. I need you, buddy.
It's fine. That was just the first try. Now we can go try and catch cows.
Nothing good on this panking. That's an awful panking. It literally had 4 stats already. Unfortunately, that's how...
One photon with remarkable craftsmanship and immortality.
Oh!
Mm-hmm. However, I have a few more eggs, so that might be it also. Oh my god, I got twins. I got twins. 2. Oh my god, you guys to stop now. Jesus Christ.
Naris, are you on? Otherwise, I need to... what's the other things I need to catch? If... Vixens, catchresses. Oh, okay. Wouldn't be too hard to farm them. You are up. Okay, let's see if the Lunaris will get stats I need.
Good luck.
Thank you. Because so far I'm trying to get the thing that the Roger will breed with. Just pacifist. Oh, god damn it. Okay, I can farm Sakurajima dungeons, I believe.
Heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Alright, I'm gonna name this Grintail Gemini.
Elpedia.
I'm gonna name
Tony.
my Broncherry.
I haven't caught a Wix, but I have caught a Catras.
Elphaba. How do you spell Elphaba?
Elphaba
Yeah.
from Wicked.
Yeah. Alexa, how do you spell Elphaba? No, Alexa, stop. Okay, what'd you say, babe?
Elphaba.
You heard me say alphabet. Well, I was thinking, I was like, I'll name her Alpha, and I'm like, that's a stupid name. Elphaba. Ooh, I unlocked the Rouge saddle. Free saddle I'm getting.
Nice. Okay, I need to do Sakurajima dungeons specifically for getting a Catras or a Wixen.
Yeah.
I know they spawn in them. Could also try and grind our Sanders, but
Knock,
I feel
knock,
like dungeons are
knocking
more
on
worth my
heaven's
time.
door.
Get multiple things after. Heaven's door. Heaven's door. That's a JoJo move, I believe.
Is it?
Yeah. How are you doing, Jesse? If you're still here.
I need to go catch cows, but I'm gonna head to the workshop really quick, drop some stuff off, then go catch cows.
The Sakurajima dungeons are really pretty. Everything in Sakurajima is pretty.
I agree.
Catras Ignis, not what I'm after. But I do still need one. Wixen Knocked? I don't think I'm after the Wixen Knocked. Just after the Wixen.
Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knocking on heaven's door. Where will the one obtain cow? Move cow.
Swift on a Catris Ignis? I mean, could be used for breeding. If there's anything I want Swift, that uses a Catris Ignis.
I'll go move. What number is a cow?
The Muzira. That's very early, I know that much. 40? You're asking for the Palpedian
Yep.
number? Yeah. Keep getting the variant of these two. I know the non-variant can spawn in here, but
Gonna get a cow. I'm gonna get a cow. It's gonna be a good cow. And it's never gonna sleep. Never gonna sleep.
infinite milk.
Infinite milk. Look, I am.
Have you read the description for it? You should read the description for the cow.
Sometimes. Oh. Milk pours from this cow like water from an open faucet, regardless of its gender. It's truly a mystery of life, although this mystery may be better left unsolved. I have no idea what that cow just had. I just caught it, no idea what it had because I was reading. Damn.
Oh no.
It's fine. I will just get more cow. Hey, look, it's cow. Hey, look, it's other cow.
Don't have a cow, man.
Bitch. That cow I just caught was a masochist.
No, Yakumo, don't die. Go, silly.
Infinite stamina, remarkable craftsmanship. Cool, good to go.
Perfect.
What I needed. That was really fast.
It was quick. It was like his second cow. The first one might have had it too. You just didn't know.
True. I'll let you know if I get there. That'd be hilarious. Wide open under the sunlight. Welcome to this place. I'll show you everything with arms wide open. First cow I caught had waterproof, second one was masochist, and the third one had infinite stamina, remarkable craftsmanship. There was clearly one that's better than the other, but I can't really tell which one.
It's all over the main area at nighttime.
Everything. Oh yeah. What should I name the cow? Babe, what should the cow's name be? It's a girl.
Ooh. What should its name be?
Just one wish, only one demand. I hope he's not like me. I hope he understands that I can take this life, hold it by the hand.
Milky. No.
No. See, the thing is I would probably name it Milky if it weren't for the fact that Milky is one of our viewers.
True, yeah. You want yours is milk. Dairy Point.
Oh my god, that's perfect. Now time to put better stats on Dairy Queen. Make her insomnia. She's up all night. Open all night.
24/7 Dairy Queen.
Mhm.
It is around the base. There is some. Okay, I need to look at the other one, not the Catchers, the Wixen. Oh,
These cows take their job seriously.
oh, it's a field boss here. Oh, cool.
I like that even like my cow, the cake, like the cow, the chicken, and the bee have remarkable craftsmanship.
That is really funny, actually. Yeah, wow. No.
Fucking next level.
Next level, bruh.
Mark these
Walk.
down.
Yeah.
Bobaton. I think we're good with that. Alright, 2 minutes until we check those Wumpos. But we at the very least have Wumpos.
Just passive. Ugh. I'm probably gonna get to level 80 soon.
Oh my god, these are alphas. Oh my god. Look, 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 look. I know I rebuilt the house to accommodate for an alpha Wumpo. But it doesn't have to be alpha. If the other Wumpos have remarkable craftsmanship, I will use those instead.
Mm-hmm.
Unless of course they're also alpha. Oh, jeez. This is nuts. What am I doing? Where's Gemini? Gemini, where are you?
I was checking if there's a way to see
Oh, there we go.
guild members on the compass,
Yeah,
and it's like through mods.
yeah. I shallow
That'd be a nice
heart to
color of light for that. Oh, fell bat. I could just catch you. Okay. Stabby, stabby, stab. Did I need the fell bat? Was that one of the options I could do? No. But I've got a fell bat with Swift and Workaholic.
I'm gonna say the Wumpo's done, regardless of whether or not these are whatever these have, because I will use the alpha.
Hmm.
Remarkable craftsmanship and immortality. I don't know if it's an alpha though. I have to check. Yep. Okay. Do they all have it? Was lucky. This last one can't. I don't know if they're alpha. Please, please don't be alpha. I mean, I'll use it anyways, but. Demon God and immortality. Oh, jeez. Yeah. They're not alphas. That's amazing.
That is good. That is really good.
Oh, it's got really good stats too.
Get caught, Grintail. Zoom, zoom. I'm a missile. Oh no, I threw it in the water. Stuck in the water.
3497.
Hello, I'm stuck in the water.
Do you need help?
No, I'm fine.
99, 34, 97. That's my fucking Wumpo.
Ooh. That's a good Wumpo. Demon God as well, and Immortality?
No. It has Remarkable Craftsmanship and Immortality.
Ah.
Demon God was just an option. It could have on it, but I didn't care if it did or not. It's a base worker.
Okay, got the Look Moon. It did not get any of the stats, but that's okay. Dungeon, dungeon, dungeon. I'm getting lots of remedies.
What should I name my Wumpo? I'm gonna name it Flora, actually. And it goes squish.
And then the Cattrus is available nighttime all over here. This area is even better.
It's gonna need some more. It's gonna need more squishing later, but it's fine. Right now, I have a base, a good base, and that is a good starter base.
Squish and squeeze and squish and squash. Mine font new.
Nope. I have to stop your ability to chop wood. I have to stop honeys and spreading the bushy out, I guess. Oh shoot. I forgot I want to level it first.
Next with
Taking a level 1 Wumpo at that.
Cattrus.
Where is...
Oh, come on, get Eternal Engine on this Cattrus, please. Nope.
I guess the good thing about the Lylene is that at least they respawn quickly.
Yes, yeah, they do. They're on a half an hour timer, and
It doesn't feel like it's a half-hour timer because it feels like look, it's already back.
Maybe the Lylene is on a faster than half an hour timer, but it's supposed to be half an hour for field bosses.
Yeah, specifically this one respawns like all the fucking time.
Mime Junior is scopied. Oh my god, there's a Mime Junior in chat. You don't see that one that often. Stop escaping! Grintail, you're supposed to stay in the ball. Fine, I'll go after this Giga if you break out this time. Okay, you stayed in. Wee! Swift on a Grintail. That's fine.
Okay, that was a critical. Come on. Why do you keep killing Bob?
He's so weak. Bob's allergic to being alive, I guess.
Right?
My
Jesus
condolences.
Christ. I can never get a good Lylene because Bob keeps dying. Do you mind if I just, like, get your help? Not right now, obviously. I've got
Next
her.
time
I
you go.
tamed her. But I caught her, but, like, in the future, for getting future Lylenes, can you...
That can come now.
Thanks. I don't like asking for help, you know that. But Bob is weak. Oh no, I just thought of something.
Hmm?
Poor Bob. Bob. Think about Bob. From Stranger Things.
Oh no, Bob. One of the more pointless deaths in the movie show.
So sad.
Very sad. Yeah. But it's Bob's fault for getting involved with a main character of a show
Yeah. Should have known.
when he wasn't there season 1. Five, hello, 5.
High five. Egg.
Egg. Egg. I eat egg.
So mad. Sting plus Lylene equals Lylene not. I could theoretically breed. Are these more Wumpos? What the fuck?
You just been in the background giving health updates?
Oh, that's good. Do you want a Wumpo with remarkable craftsmanship? And ferocious and serenity for some reason?
I mean, I wouldn't be against it, but I'm okay.
Okay.
If you want to just keep it or
Well,
squish it.
I'm gonna squish. I'm gonna go through the menace things too. Squish those guys. So I have so many menace things. I don't even know what the fuck I got right now. Go.
And I'm glad you're taking care of yourself a lot better now,
Yes,
5.
agreed. Proud of you.
Mm-hmm. That is a pathway. This is also a path. I'll go this way first. Oh, there's a side pathway. So do you guys have a favorite Pell out of the 235? Well, Aiko definitely does.
Who's she knocked?
I am a fan of the is it the Celestial Noct? It is, yeah. Celestial Noct is very pretty. Bonus loot. Oh my god, it's a T-Vant in a cage. Get out, buddy. Freedom for you.
See, I want to squish the menace things, but my current purpose for the menace things is remarkable craftsmanship. It's entirely possible I might need the menace thing with Demon God and Vampiric.
It's possible, yeah. I don't think any rainbow passive on just random things is bad. So you might need them for breeding. Like the sheep cow and the one that carries the Gatling gun, the Grizzbolt. And have to memorize it. That's fine.
New comprehension all across the alien nation. Everybody's expecting to be
There's a lot of them to memorize.
Lulu, Lulu, I need you to get back in the box so I can squish you into some things. Well, not into something, some things into you.
Another Fellbat. It's just Fellbats. Kill him. I don't care about that, but no, he survived.
Bushy.
A fire has broken out at our base.
It's just
Oh my
fucking
God.
bushy.
Oh no. It's your base this time, not mine.
God damn it. There was a small fire. I sat there and watched that shit happen too.
Is it Bushi himself that's setting the fire, or is it like he's fighting something and causing it to attack and set the fire?
It looked like it literally came up to my house just to set my house on fire. That's what it looked like.
And then it just ran off?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I had that happen with my breeding pals.
That's why I was
I had
like,
some
what the
Valor
fuck?
Mars, and just fucking something would walk up and just kill it, and then run off.
No, my house has sprung a leak.
No.
there's a Relaxosaurus inside, spraying water on the walls. But I'm on the outside, so it looks like my house is leaking.
Vampiric and Diamond Body, there we go.
In America.
There's the German target I wanted.
You guys may fix my house. I'm too busy for this shit.
Got both on it now.
Wait, what's my Lulu? Male, but I'm gonna change it later.
What are you like, Mr.
I would like to combine
German
my...
with Vampiric and Diamond Body? This one. Ooh, he's okay.
Dork. I have to pee. I'll be back.
Go, my love, go. No, it's okay. I'll condense the other ones into it though. This charcoal, high quality wooden board, and cryogenic coolant. So if I build some of these cryogenic coolants. I love you. She turned into a bird.
Yeah, if the bird was like a fucking seagull.
Seagulls are a bird too. Yep. I need to get a regular logging farm back up again. Mm. Mm.
I'm gonna put some cakes in with the Pernelia and the bushy knocked. You know what I like though?
What's that?
You the eggs stay on the ground and they don't hatch unless they're in an incubator. Yeah.
It is nice,
In
yeah.
Ark, if they were, as long as they were a good temperature, they'd start hatching. And it's
Oh.
some people forgot to turn off the breeding when they'd log off and then come back, and especially if they're like breeding something small like dodos that don't have a really like I have had as like I was a moderator of a server. I've had to come back and help obliterate. Actually, the one I remember specifically, we called it the Leicester apocalypse because it was so many and there was so much fucking lag. It was ridiculous.
Because yeah, those things would just keep breeding, won't
Yep.
they?
And all it takes is you accidentally log it off without turning off the breeding.
And
If I forget to turn off the breeding here, I come back, there's a bunch of cakes. And then it caps out, so like it'll just stop taking the cakes until you have more space.
yeah, it is really nice. They don't just make an infinite amount of eggs.
I haven't decided if I want to use a Lilene Noct or not. I think I'll let my current Lilene Noct walk around the base for a while and see if she's the vibes. Just because, like, I mean, she's bigger, but so she won't be the vibes as far as, like, size. But I just meant, like, color-wise. Where is she? I know I have one. You can't tell me I don't fucking have one. Do I not have one? No, there it is. The only thing I request, Lilene, is that you do not chop down trees. Oh, you're good. That's not something you're into.
He's not a tree chopper holic.
Unlike some people I know, Ryuma. Tristan. What if I use this other Yakumo that just has swift and remarkable craftsmanship? It doesn't have to have vampiric or infinite stamina. And it's got more of a chance of getting, I say more of a chance, but like. Okay, the other thing I think about this one too is I don't have this one as compressed as I do the Swift one. So this is only 15% as opposed to 24%. If I get Sonic. No, if I get the Celine that I want, I could potentially squish Sonic into Bob the Builder, since I need more of those. But I also might not need to do that, because I'm pretty sure I literally only need the Lilene left. No, literally Lilene and Celine.
Knowing the internet, I swear there's gonna be a fanfic of Bob the Builder and Sonic being squished together. It's the rules.
And make ChatGPT do it for me. Okay.
You're gonna let ChatGPT what?
Can you draw me a picture of Bob the Builder and Sonic the Hedgehog being squished together? Thank you. Yeah. This is what I use ChatGPT for. Okay. If you want to know what I use AI for, am I using it to create the most beautiful, wonderful art that I'm planning on using for projects and stuff like that? No, I'm using it to make the most stupid fucking things in my head come to life.
Onion. Wait. Aloha, please, no longer mine.
For those of you who are against AI art, I completely understand. It's valid. I am against using AI art for commercial purposes.
Yes, yes, yes. No commercial purposes. No monetary gain. I believe Disney in the newest Avengers Doomsday used AI in the poster again.
Oh, wow.
Keep doing it.
If you're going to be getting a profit, pay your artist. Give them some fucking, give them a shout out. Real artists are fucking out there. However, I'm not using this Sonic being squished together with Bob the Builder as for profit or whatever.
I want some, again, I've got lettuce and tomato. Isn't there another merchant? Usually. Oh wow.
What?
So the last two Pokemon in the Pokemon community game was Mr. Mime and Mime Jr.
Beautiful.
That is lovely.
I'll drop some stuff off. Do I have Mr. Do I Bob? Yeah.
Where do I get potato seeds and carrot seeds from?
I don't know.
I know some pals drop them, but
I think I have some. I just don't know where I got them.
no. Not from that guy. You're Wandering Merchant? That's green? No, you sell just ammo.
I realized that the mushroom head lady that I thought was a lady is not a lady at all, and is in fact
Oh.
called Dandelord.
Oh, Dandelord.
Is in fact a lord, not a lady.
Apparently I hadn't unlocked a plantation, so that might help with actually seeing if I've got the seeds at my base.
Oh yeah.
Do I have any of these seeds? What do you got? Okay, I do.
Oh my god. I need to switch this music. This is so fucking weird.
Why are we listening to jazz again? Like, that makes no sense.
I don't know.
Like, let me get rid of you two, and then...
Near?
Yes.
What is it?
Dun 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 dun. Don't Stop Believing, I think?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, I turned on shuffle. It doesn't have smart shuffle available though, so sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But it's got 141 songs and it says it's 10 hours long, so I think we'll be alright. Might have to change it up in the last couple hours.
Honestly, possibly. I would be happy to go for 24 hours.
We'll see how our energy levels are.
Yeah, it entirely depends on energy levels.
Like I've got a lot to do and I'm on a fucking roll today.
Same.
Okay, so are we in a good enough spot right now? I'm gonna go turn in my quest at the report to the client.
Getting these last 2 farms up. Are we in a good enough spot to...
I was gonna say get to the next boss.
Probably.
Oh.
I'm sure. Okay, I want...
Oh wait, there was one more thing I wanted to do. I went to my workshop for a fucking reason, and it was to go get some PAL ingots so that I don't feel as guilty stealing Justin's materials for Legendary Spears.
They're fine. Do whatever you want.
He's so much more generous than me. I'm like, yeah, guys, you're gonna have some.
I'll fucking kill you.
I was trying to save the PAL. Oh, hold on. Oh no, so weird. I just lost 200 PAL metal ingots. Crazy.
Oh no. So
I'm
weird.
gonna make some more, I guess. So I have some for later. Too bad I don't have what I need to. Justin, can you help me build this thing? Because it takes so long.
Give me just a sec.
Oh,
I'm
it's fine. I
getting
get Celine to do it. It's fine. She's really good too.
And I want what guest love
Basically, I'm not even using half this shit that's at this base, but it's good to have it built so that whenever I move workshops, I know I have the materials and I didn't use it for something else. Do I need this giant item finder for my 2 chests? No. Do I currently need this much power for what is powering 1 or 2 things? No. But it'll be good to have. Eventually I will move my base. Whatever. Don't know. Don't know. I have no fucking thoughts in my head. Honestly,
power.
I will say the only thought I have is like if I could. I know there's a way to do it. I don't know if it's possible in this game to make a round roof with the triangle pieces. You know what I mean?
I feel like it probably is.
I don't know if they're angled. How do the triangle roof pieces work? And do they go on these angle bits? Okay.
see if I can. Sure, there's enough space here now. Even overlapping. Fucking Jormuntide Ignis. Yeah, that is what your overlapping was. You're even overlapping with. There we go. Get that down there.
This is a very small scale representation of what I mean. Let's see if it fucking how it looks. That is just a triangle roof. But I mean, I think it might be possible. Let me see. I'm gonna look it up.
Bunch of vegetable cakes, let's go.
Well, first I have to look at ChatGPT really quick because
ChatGPT, doing ChatGPT things.
it's important for all of you who are paying attention currently to see this.
I need to see this. And that right there.
Is the proper use of AI art. Anyways,
Just random stupid
random
shit.
stupid shit. Anyways, okay. So let's see. Is it possible to make a round roof? Palworld triangle pieces. It is possible to make a round roof in Palworld, but because the game's building system relies primarily on square foundation, you need a specific technique to get the rounded effect. Because the standard triangle pieces are flat, you cannot build a smooth, seamless dome out of the box. Instead, you create a rounded roof by building a circular base and utilizing slanted roof pieces and triangle walls to form a geodesic or multi-sided polygon shape. Well, obviously. Is there... Okay. I also don't want it to be like 90% roof. So they added the triangle pieces. So there's going to be lots of pictures on Google about, oh, if only they had this piece. They have it now.
I've got. What the fuck is on this one? I mean, no, but cool. Neither of those are good stats. None of the ones with the stats I want have the skills I want. Well, I still got a bunch more eggs to hatch.
I don't think that I don't think that's gonna give me what I'm looking for. Curious to see how it works though. Anyways, I'm gonna go search for clues up on the next tower in a second. See, no, I totally don't get distracted. What do you mean?
I don't get distracted, Baka.
Back.
Mm. I have what it takes to build. I do have what it takes to build a fridge up here.
What's in this dig spot? Let's find out.
All just ingredients here.
Transporting book. Perfect. Ooh, Tristan, I got you something. I may or may not have you 6 high quality recovery meds.
Ooh.
What do you need? I mean, I'll give them all to you.
That might get me what I need, or I might be like 1 or 2 short.
I will give it to you.
Thank you. What could you love me? I will keep the red.
I already had one. I'd been carrying it around. Never used it. But then I just found that I had a treasure map and I went to go get it and it had 5 in there.
Oh, nice.
Where are you at? I'm just gonna put it in your box.
Thank you. I believe it is other consumable. Okay, I have allowed it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's see if that's enough. It will be close. That is enough. I just need
Yay.
I just need to visit Gary for the rest of the syringes.
That's why you were that's why you needed the cave mushrooms?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I could buy the syringes from Gary. It was just the high quality.
I like to think I helped a little.
You helped a lot.
How many mushrooms is
Literally-
that? How many mushrooms is that?
Well, the 9 mushrooms each. So 9 times 6 is fucking
54.
54.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Hi, Stinky Whipper.
Now you know whip is stinky. I didn't even check my stink level today, did I?
I checked your stink level.
Was I stinky?
You were, I believe. I could probably scroll up to it, but you were 62% stinky. I was 38% stinky. Between us, we make 100%.
I see. This room was 100% stinky.
Okay, so now, once this research is done, which I will have my best medicine person working on it.
The rail to the crazy train.
Yeah.
Going up the rails in the crazy train. Oh,
Once this
right.
research is
These were in the
done,
cool ones because they're hot. That's fine. I'll put those
we make the
there.
medicine possible. Unless there's some passive that reduces medicine consumption. But then, yeah, once this research is done, you can make as many remedies and stuff as you have the resources to make.
Nice. Demon God and remarkable craftsmanship. That's how you know it's good.
These fucking German tides. Why do they have to be alphas?
Crazy John. Alright, itchy. She's not the vibe. I mean, I think it'll be easier for me to see if she's the vibe once Ophidia is here. I could technically put I'll put an Ophidia in the base. She's not gonna be the Ophidia that stays. I do have an Ophidia, but she's not.
It's been a while since I've had a raid.
But she's huge. I think she's alpha. I also can't find her. Where's she at? Where'd she go?
Oh, it's not my base. It's your base that the raid's happening at.
Well, shit. Oh yeah, let me put this demon god Ophidia out here. Don't worry.
How are you doing, Whipple? Get your work done?
Bitch, can you like leave? Bitch, can you like leave? Bitch! Leave.
How much was it?
3,000.
Yeah, I think we're at the point like 40Ks. We're the ones we do.
Oh my god, the Ophidia looks so fucking pretty here.
Anybody, do you want a flock?
The Ophidia does need to be smaller though. She's fucking huge.
You can have this glutton. He's gonna eat all your house. Gathering? Nice.
Gonna put away the Relaxosaurus while the Ophidia is out.
Yeah, you saved me a lot of time. Thank you. With the
Yay, I helped.
You helped a
I
lot.
had to figure out what ICPV I want. I also had to figure out how to breed a Berloha because I remember looking at that and thinking, God damn.
Do you want some Berlohas?
No, I want a Berloha with remarkable craftsmanship.
Yes, I want to get that too.
Even though technically, I guess I don't. Because if I think about it, he's not doing nothing. He's just hanging out.
I mean, it helps with planting.
No, I turned mine off. Mine does nothing. Mine's there for the vibes. I have so many pals to do planting. No. Berloha's just here for the vibes. This one does nothing.
Yeah, you literally just don't need anything on it, and then it's just condense it, make the vibes better.
Yeah. Well, actually, if I breed them and condense them, will the 20% go up? Yes, I need that.
That's what I'm currently doing.
So in that case, the answer to your question is yes. I do need Berloha, and I need it to be a hold on. Famale.
You need a famale? Oh, I think I'm currently breeding my famale.
That's okay. If you get another famale.
Yes. When these eggs hatch, I will hand you a famale if there's a famale
Sweet.
in there. Oops. I mean, that is a way. Yes.
I think I could at this point add my other crops here because I have so many planters. I could probably legitimately add the other crops here. I just don't know where. Where would I put them? There's like no space. I mean, I guess I could Add it down here. Front, maybe? Sideways? This way? Okay, but here's my question about that then. Will this register as inside or outside the base? No. I should have seats. Why do I have no seats? I think it's just stone holding me up. I might not even need to make it this wide either. I might need to make it this wide. I don't know.
I was not paying attention to what that Wixen had because there's so many things, but keep running up here and catching Wixens. Dragon support whistle, great. Patient. Nimble.
Fucking god, I forgot the pal fluids. Damn it. It's fine.
Could be a bunch of them, right?
I have some at my workshop. That's just where I keep all the stuff, so.
It's Wixen's on.
I have wheat seeds. Wheat, no problem. But maybe I can also grow lettuce.
Yes.
What?
I got the Wixen with Eternal Engine and Swift.
That's fantastic.
Okay, now I can start breeding with the Roger. Let's hope it's the right gender, but I got enough bounty tokens to swap if not. Okay. If I get this, don't need to be working. Wixen, that's a female, with the Roger, which is a male, and tell them to get in this breeding farm and fork. And give them some of this cake. Yeah, sure. I need more potato.
Guys, I'm gonna need you to move. Look, I really appreciate your assistance and trying to help me build things, but I can't see.
I still got the dragon support whistle, which is amazing. My body vampiric. My body vampiric. Ooh, that's a good one. Must have been some twins there.
Basically, I'm trying to make it pretty aesthetic, and I want this to be lined up nicely.
If I then have these just moved, these can be
Perfect.
okay. Time to rework all of these things. I want this to be more clean. So production, all mining site.
Nope, I hate that. I don't like the way that bamboo looks. It's so tall. I know it sounds stupid, because bamboo is fucking tall, but
Oh. Got that there.
there we go. That should increase our crop production. We're gonna have wheat and lettuce and tomatoes here.
Nice.
That way, maybe I don't
Awesome.
have to have a second base.
So far.
Since we've got Prunelia and Lily here, they'll increase the harvest and they'll speed up the harvest too.
And then start, yeah.
With that.
Perfect. Okay, this is definitely neater.
What?
I love just placing like the mines on an angle.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What does it look like?
Not too bad.
I was expecting worse.
I'm not
No,
insane yet.
I'm gonna probably have 2 if it is.
Nice.
Because I'm gonna need 1 to work the mill and 1 to make sure that the crops are being watered.
Dig toys, just sit on the start pit for ages, please. Refrigerator, yeah. You are like a
Your video's
tomato.
gorgeous, dude. I do need a frozen baby, and I'm not sure I could stick with Nat, but I want her to go to the community base, you know, once I get that set up.
Mm-hmm.
He's currently glitching in and out of the fridge.
That sounds like Nat.
Hungry eyes. Hungry eyes.
Nat loves the glitch in and out of the fridge. It's her favorite pastime. And then I can build the mill over here.
Does it look bad with as many crop plots? No, I mean it's a little. It's a bit, but like.
Get these over here out of the way more.
I could put it along the side of the building and put the stuff over there. Ooh, that's an idea. Put the compressing stuff over here, put the crops over here. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. Here.
Production. Look at the sphere assembly line. This, yeah, and get the production assembly line.
What do I got?
This.
Remarkable craftsmanship. This is fabulous. If I wanted only remarkable craftsmanship.
Exactly what you wanted.
I do want remarkable craftsmanship. I just want like one other thing too, you know what I mean? Just something else. Like, you've got options, bruh. You've got Vampiric and Demon God. Pick one. Pass it on. Okay, Demon God and Remarkable Craftsmanship. Okay, cool. It's gonna be a badass.
That works.
Yeah.
That works.
Never mind. I lied. That was Demon God and Vampire. No, the second one was Demon God and Vampiric. Oop, there we go. All three. Remarkable Craftsmanship, Vampiric, and Demon God.
Perfect. all it requires is complaining. That's why Karens do. All your problems are solved if you complain, right?
I need to get them to stop breeding now. Oh god, I've got another one. Do you want one?
Vampiric, Demon God.
Vampiric, Demon God, Remarkable Craftsmanship, Menacing.
Oh, sure, yeah. I'll have one of them, thanks.
Stop them breeding. Stop breeding. Stop fucking!
Fuck stopping. Just fuck.
Okay, who am I breeding this with? Bushy knocked with menacing plus a Lylene equals a Lylene knocked, which I might also keep. We'll see. Yeah, we've already got the Lylene knocked out. Oh, no, we need a Lylene. Oh, we also have the Lylene out. So we need a male menacing.
Wow. So those 3 eggs, not a single girl. It's very difficult to get a female Braloha.
I know a way to do it, but it's annoying.
Yes, want to avoid that if possible.
Okay, what are these? They are both girls. Gross. How am I supposed to breed you with my Laline? I guess I can change the gender of one of you. But I even have the stuff I need. Nope. Of course I don't. That's fine. You know, I've got to do some bounties anyways.
I want the quality cake, not the
So
quality
over here,
cake.
we got Bushi now, so he's gonna be able to fuck shit up. Pretty fucking easily, in fact. Thunderstruck. Thunderstruck. Yeah, 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 thunderstruck. Last time I came in here, this guy fucked me up. Let's see if he'll still do it. Did you even hit him? What did you kill? There we go. Ryoma, what'd you do with those bounties? Oh, they're there. Oh my god, he got so excited that he murdered somebody. He immediately started chopping trees. I swear, he has a problem. It's an addiction. We're having an intervention this Thursday. Let's go kill this guy over here just because 3 bounties. Then 3 plus 3 equals 6 plus the one I already had in my pocket equals the amount I need for a sex change. I like the whip that comes in here and says, "Hi, Stinky," and then fucking dips.
It really did. Hey, bye.
You stink! Then leaves. There you go. Sweet. That was way easier. Life is just better with Ryuma. It takes no time now to get the bounties I need for a sex change.
Yeah, that is wonderful.
Every now and then I get a little bit. You can always tell when I fuck up the lyric. I don't even try. Sweet. I got another grid. Hello?
Hello. Okay, we get dinner soon.
Kit Kat. Did she? Because at the end she said, Kit Kat. I don't have these guys. Is chicken for dinner?
Steak.
Oh, right. You told me about that. Oh, my lord. Can you not? Look, I'll give you a gigasphere. Giga. 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 Get in the fucking ball, bruh. Giga. I don't need a Muncho right now, but I don't have one yet. Why did I come here? I thought I still needed to do more bounties because I'm so used to having to do so many. I went to the next bounty area. I don't even, I'm just catching munchils for no reason. I'm sorry. This is why I don't get any followers. Why was I trying to auto sort into the town? This is not my house. Unfortunately, this song makes me think of my ex's dad. It's a good song. It just makes me think of my ex's dad. Because he named his cat Bright Eyes after this song. So every single time it says turn around Bright Eyes, I think of him and I'm like, ugh. Such a good song too. Lucy, why are you throwing stuff at me, you bitch? I said what I said. I'm assuming it was you, but I could be wrong. Alright, who am I doing a sex change on? Lylene needs to breed. No, Lylene needs to breed with Menacing. So the sex change operations on the Menacing.
How are you doing, Lucy?
It's a boy. Because it doesn't work if they're both girls. So I hear. I don't know. I don't have kids. Always a fucking sootsier coming in, trying to cause problems. It's the sootsier. These random sootsiers keep spawning nearby. Now Dazzy's unconscious. It's so nice. I kind of want to talk. I kind of want to tell him what you said last night or this morning. I kind of want to tell him what you said this morning. Hold on, let me mute my mic. I mean, it might be incentive. Guess it depends on how he takes it. So this morning, Lucy, you there? I'm fucking up with you there. For all I know, fucking. I do that all the time. Tell me, was it from trying to break a campfire? I knew it. Fernandina plus Robin Quill Terra. That's what Robin Quill Terra. This is not a Robin Quill Terra. This is a Turticle Terra. I was like, Terra. I know exactly where it is. Wrong Terra. There we go. Pterodactyl. Go breed with Prunelia, who has been breeding with fucking everybody. She's a hoe today. I love her. Look, I'm not hoe shaming. I fucking love Prunelia. She's my second favorite. She would be my favorite if she was like part of my party, but she's not, so. I don't think he cares. Never mind. I was gonna say something, but he's not paying attention now. Oh, now I remember. Something else I was gonna do. I was going to go commit robbery. Okay. I'm not hungry. No.
Shake was effective.
Yeah. Yum, yum.
You too.
Oh my god. I'll kick your ass. You can, I love you. Perfect time for me to rob Tristan. I'm just kidding. I'm bringing my own. I'm bringing my own resources. Well, some of them. Whoa. He's been moving some stuff around. I can go get some palladium fragments, probably. I probably have some more. I just need a lot of legendary balls. Because this motherfucker, the Lilene, she does not want to be caught. And she keeps killing Bob. And Bob did nothing to deserve this. Did I put them away? What the fuck? Did I put them away or did I not just not bring enough? Or did I start that already? I don't know. I thought I didn't start it. I must have. Weird. It's expensive. Are you fucking robbing me? I think I'm being robbed. I'm gonna go find out. If they're anywhere. They might be in this pink chest. No. Where else would they be? That's what I'll find out because I know they're being taken. They're being taken and put somewhere. Legendary spears would not be in storage for no reason. Did they take each? Yeah, I thought it was just one each. It's 3 each. I see. Yeah, that's me. So tall, damn. Okay. Alright, let's go try to get Lylene again. I don't know how we're gonna better do this. Other than putting like mercy hit on Ryuma, which we're not gonna do. What if we swap out Bob the Builder? No, not right now. We're good. Bob the Builder's fine. Okay. Monsters. The only other thing I want's too expensive for me to feel to justify it. Doesn't matter.
Huh?
Doesn't matter. No. Nope. Doesn't matter. So that doesn't matter. Leave him alone. Yeah. Come on. I mean, at least he survived this time. We're making progress. No one it weighs 4,000 balls. What other thing? No. That's way more expensive than what I was thinking. I was thinking something that's like $7 for no fucking reason.
Right.
No. Where are you going? What is over the road to like, okay, that's not where I was thinking. I thought you were talking about the gas station.
I mean, I could go to the gas.
No, you're not going there. I don't want you to go there. Where did I get this Hell Zephyr Lux?
What do you even get from the gas station?
Where did I get
Oh.
these?
Mutate decks? No.
Did I just pick up a dark egg and think it was part of the group of dark eggs that I was trying
Possibly.
to breed? Okay, I guess I got a Hell Zephyr Lux.
That's nice.
So I said, don't worry about it. They're too expensive for no reason, dude.
See if there's any in cold.
Do you want to know how much they cost in the US? I'm going to tell you exactly how much they cost, and you're going to be like, what the fuck? They cost $2. That's why I'm like, the fuck? Why are they so expensive? And the thing is compared to the other gummies, those are expensive. They're amazing gummy bears, but absolutely fucking not. Psycho, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? Okay, my love. I'm gonna swap Bob the Builder out. To this one. And Bob the Builder is gonna become Bobette the Builder. Thank you for the care package. I need to level up Bobette the Builder. It's just like, Bob's great and all, but he has too many passives that accidentally pass on, and it's not great. Who's that? Oh. Breeding gives you PTSD. To my session yesterday, I went about over 200 Belladon hours. Ooh, nice. Over 300 Belladon hours. That's amazing. Would you like to beholdeth my duelith knocks that are 4 stars and 4 stars and 4 stars and not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. But all these that have 3 diamond passives on each. Except for these 2 apparently. What the fuck? How did you guys escape? Yeah, it shouldn't even count. Only keeping if you have 3 diamond passives. Or rainbow passives or whatever the fuck we're calling them nowadays. At least I got a mutated egg, which turned into a star. You want to talk about mutated egg 2-star Adrenaline? I'm going to show you what I got. I'll show you what I got. I got a mutated egg that had a 2-star Adrenaline Ignis. Look how beautiful he is. And I had another one that turned into a bird that I'm letting Tristan borrow. Funny thing is that I'm using only dark types with Idol zooming. Oh, that's nice. You know, zooming for mine. I have a Yakimo right here named Sonic, who has Swift and Eternal Engine. This buddy's fast as fuck. That's my Yakimos. Maybe I'll just run around catching Yakimos. That'll be the way we level it up. Them angry little shits anyway, so it's not like they're gonna run away. Working too hard. I also got Eternal Engine, Swift, and Heavily. Nice! That's incredible. I love that for you. That's fucking awesome. That's what I'm trying to get on this guy right here. So I have a timer. Look, I'll show you. Do you want to know how bad this is? Today you massacred Bellinor Libero. Oh, yeah. I was going to do a Bellinor Libero, but I think I'm going to do the Selene's instead, which is arguably worse. Okay, so 4:30 p.m. was my supply drop checking in at 7:30 p.m. Right? And when I do that, I have to have my Yakimo out. This one right here that has Sonic. Whenever I catch it, I have to have Sonic out. It has a 24% chance to implant its passives onto the Selene. Why? Because you can only breed Selene with Selene. Yeah. Oh, that's a raid. Oh, shit. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, well, this is the first raid this base is getting. Hopefully nothing catches fucking fire. Where are things coming from? Wave 1? Where? Where? See, the thing is I thought this base was raid proof. And all it's showing me by starting this raid and there not being any pals around is that it is raid proof. You know, I'm glad this happened. Because I've been paying off that fucker every single time there's a raid. I can't even be raided. Two bellows are the second strongest attackers in the game and are dark type, which makes it. Yeah. Tristan uses them and he loves them. Me, I'm kind of going for the floral type here, except for my Celine's. My Celine's not exactly floral, but you know, she fits. I love her, right? And she's fantastic. But I need her to be faster and Eternal Engine. That's what I want. I want her to have like all of the fun, you know, legendary perks and everything, and I'm excited about it. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, please tell me this is not. No, it's not gonna be Ophidia. It's not gonna be Ophidia. It's not gonna be Ophidia. What is this? What is it gonna be? What is it gonna be? Is this Ophidia? It's not. It's not Ophidia. Oh, it's a Patalia. Ooh, we don't want that either. We don't want. Okay, we need to put these. We need to put down the brown cherry away. Because nothing we can get right now is gonna be good alpha. Except for the Pernelia, which we're not breeding right. Wait, hold on. Oh, God. Healer has 3 types of beam attacks. That thing nukes everything. Yeah, I bet. So I need my Yakumo for getting Lylene and Celine because both of these can only breed with themselves. So if I want to get a certain passive on it, I've got to bring the Yakumo with me and have it out whenever I tame it so that it has a chance of getting one of the passives that I put on it. So I had to breed the Yakumos, but now I got to get another Yakumo. I have to go tame some more, catch some more Yakumos to try to get more to compress so that I have a more of a chance of the stuff being on the pals. Because right now it's like later on when the group is on, we should probably get some placement raid them. Yeah, that's gonna be my second raid party. That's gonna be my placement reviews are gonna be my ones against the basically my replacement for the Chili Ignises is what I was using last time. And then my Duelith Nox are my replacement for my Gloopies. Because I'm going to tell you something about Gloopies. Don't use Gloopies for raid battles. They are very squishy. They can be done. Okay, you can get them good enough to fight against the Blazement Ryu. But I haven't even touched. I have not even touched. I've not even touched Blazement Ryu Ultra. Well, I say touched. We did actually touch it, but we died almost immediately. OP Swimming Pals got in 1.0. Yeah, at least the Ophidia. I haven't really used a lot of Swimming Pals, but I used Ophidia. And Ophidia is fucking gorgeous. And she was super fucking fast too. All of the swimming perks, Jesus Christ. And if you go, like any fucking fish you catch that's like purple, glittery purple or whatever, like that bitch right there, that's gonna have Lunker on it. And Lunker is guaranteed legendary, right? Guaranteed fucking legendary passive that you have, and it's yeah. I did notice that. I thought it was an Ophidia exclusive thing because I didn't really swim a lot before. But yeah. My wave failed. Oh no. I am not paying that bitch anymore. I thought for sure I was getting raided. I don't get raided. I don't get raided here. I thought I have been paying that bitch this whole fucking time to not raid my base. I can't even fucking get raided. I knew I couldn't get raided too. I just was like, well, that's really fucking weird. This guy didn't show up before. Oh, yeah. Don't I feel like a dingus? I'm probably gonna move these because this does not look great here. I'll probably move it down back there. This is 2. I could probably. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'm not gonna do it right now. God, the Ophidia sleeps. Oh my god, she's so pretty. If you put food into a guild chest, it doesn't rot anymore for some reason. Oh yeah. I knew about that. I just don't use the guild chest because Tristan and I are both in the same guild and I don't really share. I only share resources, but not really. I don't know. Like, I like knowing how much stuff I've done specifically to myself because otherwise it's just like, what's the point in me doing anything if Tristan could do all of it, you know? I like having my own successes, but also I like being able to just teleport to Tristan's space. So. Now would be a good time to get a Lylene knocked. I could try. Get a Lylene knocked with Swift, maybe? With remarkable craftsmanship? We could try. See what happens. The guild chest does share resources between bases, so we slapped into the mining base and get the stuff without going over there. Yeah, that's smart. We both have our own like little workshop. Oh my lord. Seriously? But fuck her up. Fuck her up. No, don't fuck her up. Don't kill the dog. Don't kill the dog. Don't kill the dog. Don't kill the dog. Don't kill the dog! Oh, really? Wow. Fuck it up. The dog didn't die, which is good. However, wow, lag. That was wild. My only problem in the game right now is that I one-shot nearly every enemy, but I don't have the space for a mercy hit ring or the glasses. Get the Pal Tamer glasses. It's a mercy ring and glasses in one. What else do you have? Because, like, here's the accessory that raises defense and health. So this replaces the necklaces. I use the Ring of Trust, increase the trust, and I've got this multi-climate undershirt. There's also a talisman later on that I'm going to wind up getting that is this and also increases my attack. What are you using? Are you using the XP bell? Because, like, the XP gain is already amazing. So you don't need the XP bell. Like, I don't know how to tell you. Talisman, which is shirt, health increase level. Yeah, use that.
The XP bell is useful for
Well, I don't know what he's using. He know he's using that. He says he doesn't have the space to have you have over 7k health. You don't have to, but I mean that's not even the point. What are you using that you can't use the Pal Tamer glasses? Because like the glasses are invaluable for looking at their hidden stats. The demon staff thing, which increases pal attack by 4 and dark damage by level 4. Okay. Same thing again, but as a talisman.
Okay.
So just ramping up dark damage. So is this basically like, why do you need to do that much damage whenever you're trying to tame things? You don't have to, okay. You don't have to constantly use the accessories, is what I'm going to say. You can swap them out as needed. Really? Jesus. Did you get something different?
Oh, I didn't even get myself any because Mum brought home a whole pack of solo energy.
Oh, nice. What's that? What's that you got over there, sir? I feel like you just bought me a car with how expensive these fucking gummy bears are.
They had two 150-gram packs.
They're so good.
5, or a 400-gram pack for 5.
They're so good. They're so good.
Yeah, they're only $5 a gold.
Haribo gummy bears are the best gummy bears. I will fight you. I don't care. Lonely Knock Talisman, Lord of the Underworld Baton. Okay, look. Here's what I'm gonna say. You don't have to use everything for all the time. Like, you don't need to have the Lord of the Underworld's baton and the Catcher's ring going on every time. If you're like in a raid, for sure, use those. But, and don't use like the Mercy ring or whatever. But otherwise, you don't need that much power. Like,
Just a world content, unless you're in the world tree. The world tree is tough, but
40k damage number for your bells. Well, yeah, that's fantastic for raids. But like, I'm gonna show you. Thing has 40k health.
maybe in the world tree.
So if you take one of them away. You don't have to take both of them away. Take one away. Oh. Instantly 19,000 damage. Done. And he's only level 68. But he also has 4 stars. And level 4 trust. Why? Because his trust is increasing from my trust ring. 68 is higher than my Bella though. Okay. Do they have higher trust? Can I have more gummy bears? Not even diamond passives? Okay. It hurts him to eat my favorite gummy bears in front of me.
No,
And not share.
It hurts me to not just let you have your fill.
Say no.
I mean, you can just put diamond passes on them and then you'll have space for the glasses. What do you mean level 4? They're level 4? Like 4-star or level 4? Well, I doubt if they're doing 40k damage, they're level 4.
Definitely not.
Yeah. That's gonna happen. It's not the leveling that he wants. He wants to use the glasses or the mercy ring because everything dies too fast. But he said he doesn't have enough slots for it. He doesn't have room for either one because he's too busy using 2 things to increase dark damage.
You don't need to do 40k.
Yep. In raids, sure. Regular content, not necessarily.
In the world tree is already too much.
I believe dark is awesome. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them.
Dark is one. Only just normal power.
Okay. Yeah, but can you look at their stats? Can you tame things pretty easily because you have mercy? No? Oh, damn. This must suck to be you.
This is a bit more than passive aggressive. This is just aggressive. Aggressive.
Get fucked. not you. I'm talking to fucking Lylene. She's not even done anything to me yet. I'm already mad at her. No. Like I said, she's not done anything to me. I'm just already mad at her. I know she's gonna start some shit. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her fucking doing. Look. I knew it. She's already pissed off a fucking Lulu. Go ahead. Kill it. Kill the fucking Lulu. I'll wait. I'll wait. Clearly, the Lulu's more important. Yep, you got it? Cool. Sweet. Now you can focus on me, bitch.
Nice. Great for endgame content.
Get on the fucking ball and stay there. Stay. You have 1 health. You have 1 health. There's no fucking reason for this shit. Don't play around. Spirit Emperor and Cold Blooded. She's not picking up this shit. She does not want my stats. I have got to get more Yakimos to squish into this one. Tristan says he hates them. Nothing. He hates me. He said he thinks that I don't deserve gummy bears or good things. He said he thinks that I should go to hell. I know what he said to me. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? He said, you should go to hell, you fat bitch. That's what he said to me right now. Whatever he said. I mean, it sounded like he said, I can't give you all the gummy bears. He said, I know you think he said, I can't give you all the gummy bears, like all of them, but like he really said, I fucking hate you, you fat bitch. That's what he said. You heard him. He said, not all the gummy bears. It's the exact same thing.
Fine, just
No! 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 Torture. My gummy bears. Hey. I know. It's the worst.
How's it for today?
Okay, it's fine. Fair enough. I love you. Oh, I'll see you tomorrow. You got a big bag too, so I'm not gonna be mad about that. Oh my god, I did it again. Or keep. I need to put the brown cherry away. Nothing I'm trying to breed right now needs to be alpha. Also, this bitch came by earlier and was like, hey, I'll pay you, or you need to pay me, and I'll take care of the raid thing, right? And I'm like, okay, I should do that, but I forgot. And so I got hit with a raid. Literally nothing came. Literally nothing even showed up. It said there were waves going on, and then at the end it said it failed a raid. There was nothing ever there. I looked at my map, no enemies. Nothing. Am I going to get scammed again? I don't care. I don't have this yet. This one has stats. It cost me like 630. Look, it's like a gamba. This is 630. I didn't have this. Now I do. We're brilliant, pal. Yeah.
Spell me a work slave diet level.
Oops. Insomnia works like diet lover?
Yeah.
How? How? Wait, where is it?
Your base.
Oh. Oh, I see. How big is she?
He is an alpha.
I
So
know,
he's
that's probably
probably
wrong. Where is she? Oh my gosh, she's massive!
the alphas are big, yeah.
I need to breed. What are these? What am I getting from these guys? Petalias? I haven't even been looking at the petalias. They've been hatching and I haven't even looked at them. I just gave them more cakes. Why?
More cakes, more fun.
I don't even know if I got what I wanted from either one of these. I hatched them and I was so busy giving Tristan shit, I don't even know what the fuck I got. I don't even know what I hatched. But I just gave them more cake. As you do. Okay.
More baby.
Remarkable craftsmanship. Good. Okay. 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 Yeah. They all have remarkable craftsmanship. Fantastic. That's really all I wanted. I could put other things on them. The biggest downside is they're all fucking male. Literally all of them are male. Okay.
Something bad about it.
Right? Oh, no, no, no. The biggest problem is they're alphas. Right. Okay.
Sky Marchers.
What about the Liling Nox, these two? Yeah, I have a Liling Nox with, or two Liling Nox. Okay, I have one Liling Nox with Vampiric and Demon God, and I have two Liling Nox with Remarkable Craftsmanship. I could breed these two and try and get one on each. Let me do that. I'm gonna pull back the Menacing and the Lylene. No, Lylene can stay out there, but it's not worth breeding. To breed this Lylene with this Lylene and see what we get because we're trying to get something, an ultimate. I think that's where we're trying to get the Ophidia. Yeah, we're trying to get the Ophidia. So we want to try and get all of those on it. Okay, now we can give the cake back. Because we know what we're doing now.
32% increase in egg production speed.
Oh? And those guys are trying to make a Petalia. Do I have a good Lylene? I do not have a good Lylene yet. Still, that's my problem. Ugh. How many Yakubos do you have, babe? Do you have extras?
I know I can press some, but I think I had some left over after.
I would love if you had... You helped me, let me squish some.
I do not have any spares.
Okay.
What star is your Yakama?
0.
Okay, I will.
Please. What the hell are you on? Are they both female? They're not both female. Oh, that's right, because I did a sex change operation. Thank you, my love. What was that? What was that? Supply drop. Oh, damn it, supply drop. I'll go for it, I guess. What time is it? Alexa, what time is it?
It's 7:20.
Damn it. Let me do some squishing real quick, and then I will be more than happy to do that as well.
Fine on the mushrooms because we didn't race to the towers. Like the early towers give mushrooms, the regular mushrooms.
Oh, do I? Oh, I actually have two male Lyleens. That's super fucking helpful to me or anything. Ah, God. Good. What Wumpa am I using? I could breed Mimogs if I wanted to.
Nice.
They're entirely different. This one's got electric and normal abilities, and this one's got normal and dark abilities. What are these guys making? Why are the eggs huge? Are they just like alphas, just being put down alphas? Because I did not. I don't know if the battalias are supposed to be huge eggs. It doesn't say anything about alphas, but like, why are all the eggs huge?
No.
Craftsmanship and Sonya, okay. Okay, this one is not alpha. I got one. One that isn't alpha.
Oh.
So now I'm gonna wait
They
until.
are all huge eggs. I basically treat it as if the egg is already huge, I don't care if it's alpha or not.
No, the Bronchers will make it alpha. I don't want alpha. Not a battalion. And then I'm gonna have to breed a battalion with a Bushi.
You're one in like base.
Yeah. I cannot wait till I get to the salad, enough salad production that I can just be like, do not fucking. Don't put ingredients in the trough.
Yes, yeah.
I can make 250 at salads. I'm gonna do it. I don't care about the cake. I mean, I care about the cake, but like, I was gonna make vegetable cake. I'll do it later. I have 8 vegetable cakes. Do you want vegetable cakes?
I'm making some vegetable cakes for the
Well, that's why I was
Yakimos.
asking about the Yakimos. Do you want some vegetable cakes for the Yakimos?
We're making 30 currently, which will be more than enough.
Okay. Yeah, especially considering I can only max it out with 24. No, it's more than that. It's more than that. I'm dumb.
48 to get the 4 stars.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sex now.
I forgot to take the cakes out of the Pernelia thing. I gave you Sky Marcher again?
Yeah. You gave me the Sky Marcher.
Cool. After we get the Lilene knocked that we want, we can breed it with the Duelith knocked to get Ophidias. I get that. Sure, it has nothing to do with people stealing Palmetal from you. Well, I mean, no, not necessarily stealing Palmetal, but you know, like making legendary balls.
That's fine.
I will bring you some because I have 124 in my pocket. I know you were limited on them, so I made myself my own before I stole all of your Palmetal. Well, I brought my own Palmetal and I brought my Paldium. Everything else I stole. Right. And I just can't be fucked to make one, to be honest. When you have one, I could just go to your house. Save myself the points.
Genuinely, yeah, exactly. Your surgery table.
Yeah.
And they recently made one. Still sometimes go to your base to use it.
Mm. Look at this. Look at this bitch. This is why I can't have an alpha Ophidia. Babe.
Dang! She's asleep with a tail to the floor.
Look. Because she sleeps folded up. She's gorgeous, but she's huge. And by she, I mean he, obviously. Oh, there we go. Remarkable craftsmanship, vampiric, impatient, and immortal on a Lilene knocked. And again, she had a twin. It's done. They're done. Does she have any fucking reason to be remarkable craftsmanship vamp? Actually, I can probably no. Should I keep vampiric on there since she's knocked? Even though she's knocked, or
The only reason I would keep vampiric on a dark pal is if you're using it to breed other things.
I will
Or
be.
you're using it for combat.
Oh yeah, I will be for the Ophidia.
Yeah. Then I'd still recommend.
Just for now, and then I'll take it off after I'm done breeding. Well, technically, I have 2 of them. I can breed one and take it off one.
Do you want to bring predator claws to my base whenever you come around?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have to do some, I have to do some surgery.
Remedies take, it takes a predator claw plus lotus flowers. Yep. Fucking lotus flowers, which is usually what I'm low on.
I will tell you how many I have. It's not fucking many. Do not expect much from me.
No, that's fine, that's fine.
1.
That's one more potion I can make.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Oh shit, I meant to bring you the Paldium stuff. Girl, I haven't even fucking started working on my pals for the workshop. Everything I've been doing today is for this space. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make a cold food box.
Smart. So I wound up swapping my Bob the Builder to a different pal because it has only 2 passives on it instead of 4.
Oh yeah.
And Remarkable Craftsmanship is the second one. So it's got Swift and Remarkable Craftsmanship. That way I have more of a chance of getting it on Celine or Lylene. But it's a girl, so I named it Bobette the Builder. I think so. I
6 by.
don't need to worry about that right now. Because I can just use a girl duelist. Not.
Got 5 more slots than the.
Girl duelist knocked? Alright. Yeah. Dark egg. I'm gonna go ahead and put the dark egg in. There's just gonna be another lighting. Don't have it. I'm just gonna put it over here. And I'll look at the Patalias when I get back to figure out what we want to breed the Bushi with. What does the Bushi have? Demon God and Immortality and Demon God. That's fine. I want to get that slow poly drop. The only thing is like, I would increase it, but then like when I'm done, it'll be like ridiculous. It'll be excessive. And also like, it's one of those things, sense of pride, you know.
Yeah.
That way somebody's like, oh my god, how did you get Eternal Engine and Swift on a fucking Celine? And I'll be like, oh, let me tell you a tale. Very much. Alright. I am going to your workshop.
Thank you. Actually,
I've been meaning to do that. I keep getting distracted. Me. It's already fucking dark, and I've only been streaming for 6 hours. I just said wake up late, I think. I just said I woke up late.
Oh, I thought you said we streamed late.
No. Okay, where you at?
I'm upstairs.
I picked up some ore off the ground, it seems. Just gonna autofill whatever the fuck I can. No, no, no. You don't get my dog coins. Yeah, I guess you can have my recovery meds. It's not like I even fucking use them, really. There you go. Do you not have any predator cores? Here. Here. What are you wearing?
Me?
Yeah.
I am wearing.
Can you tell me that that's just the aesthetics? What are you actually wearing? Oh, Lord. No, I know. I know. I have this heat-resistant Palmetal armor schematic.
Like I said before, I am so behind in gear because I'm just building base stuff for all my gear.
Yeah.
Taking in a minute, actually in some seconds.
Yes.
These are all Yakumo.
Yes. They need to be squished. Should I squish Bob the Builder? I think I'm going to. Because he has good perks, but he has too many. And Remarkable Craftsmanship is the last one.
Oh yeah, you want that on the first one.
Well, I mean, Bobette the Builder has it on a second one, but it's still
fine.
it's acceptable.
That's acceptable on the second one.
Okay, I thought I lost Sonic. Oh, that one had Remarkable Craftsmanship as its second perk. Yeah, I've never made one. I'm so excited. Ooh. Does it show up on my model? No. The only thing on the right? That doesn't look anything like the picture. And that's
it does when it's on. Off right now.
I don't even see mine. What do you mean?
Just
Are we looking at the diamond shaped thing?
no, it'll be in front of that when it's on. It only appears when it's on.
Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Manually turn it on, auto, or just off.
I see. Okay. Put an auto. Let's go squish. Where are we? No. Where's your squisher?
By my front gate.
Okay, I see. Wait, who's this? Ah, shit. This is a.
Half of the Palworld.
Sorry, Bob. Okay, so 1 star is 18% chance. Ugh. Encourage them. Say, look at me, I am baby. You guys want more like me, yes? Where did he go? Oh, he's harvesting. He's harvesting your crops. He's robbing you. I'm sorry, she. Actually, who the fuck is that? Oh, this is generic insert Yakumo here. Sorry. I'm sorry, my bad. I don't know who the fuck that is. Somebody was harvesting your crops. I'm gonna go do a couple bounties real quick. So I can try and get this exchange thingy. Cause both my Lilene Nogs are boys. There's so many that are boys. I need to like get a bunch of exchange things. Cause like my Lulu's a boy. My Petalia Ignis is a boy. And like it's fine if they want to be boys, but like I keep calling them girls. So I just need to name them. I need to change their sex so I can stop misgendering them.
You can't misgender when you force them to be.
Exactly. Around and rock around to rock around. Oops. To a tree. Okay. I want to after towers, I want to move my crops because I want to do it. I don't want to get caught up in doing that and get distracted. Yeah. Like I'm distracted by everything else. God, this isn't even where I wanted to go. You know, fuck it. It's fine. I'll fly. Rock around to rock around to rock around. Tricky, 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 tricky. Rock around and rock around and rock. Look, Ryoma, you know I love you to pieces, but you have once again killed somebody and I didn't know where you killed them. Oh, there we go. I put him down, he throws fucking he does the apocalypse ability, which is his fucking favorite, you know. And when he does that, yeah, it's fucking tornadoes everywhere. I'm like, I don't even know. And then I see that whatever it is died, and I'm like, no idea what where the fuck that was. Nice.
Fishing at the oil rig.
Yeah.
I need just like a little bit of.
Yeah. Whack. Whack.
Syndicate gunner or syndicate gooner?
Syndicate Gooner.